doing, whether you're an academics, whether you're a grad student, whether you are a bachelor student, whether you are a worker. It's very important that we all learn the art and the trade of writing. And as Desmond said already, it's never knowledge unless it is written down. So those are the reasons that necessitate that today's gathering or platform, it's a very good one for us all to just get into the nitty-gritty of some of this very important topic of writing a review paper. And the goal is not just to write. Sometimes we write for different purposes, but sometimes we write also because we want to get it published. And so therefore we want to lay emphasis on not just writing for writing per se, but you want to write so that you get it published and you want to put your finger, your signature on it, that this is something that is coming from you or from your group or from your institution, etc., etc. So first of all, I also want to thank Desmond for the privilege. It's never easy to pull off things like this, and therefore he's also doing a very good job. And it's always good to support ourselves when we are doing something good that will enhance the life of many. So Desmond, well done to yourself as well for organizing this that has brought so many people together, and I'm glad to be part of the initiative. So I realized that this is something that it's very important and many people need it. And this is not the only topic. There are many, many topics that we need to be discussing. There are many, many things that we need to be learning from each other as far as the academic sphere is concerned. And therefore, there's a need for us to have recurrent of these meetings or have more avenues to be exposed to a lot of these type of things where even sometimes the audience themselves can suggest topics that they want covered. So therefore, there's a need for more platforms. There's a need for more engagement with ourselves. And we will do that. We try to do that as much as we can. So quickly, for those of you who is here, there is this initiative that I'm also launching, and it's again just to give us a more avenue to connect more in different domains. So you should be on the lookout for more announcements regarding Aspirers to Inspirers network. It's a network that it's going to start bringing together a lot of aspirers, dreamers, and the key thing is that we have a lot of aspirers, we have a lot of dreamers, but we need people to inspire them. We need people to mentor them. We need people to motivate and to teach them the trade and the art of how to make it. So this network is not just going to be for aspirers, but it's hope to bring a lot of people who can inspire as well, who can train, who can teach, who can share their skills, and who can coach people and share their knowledge and support with the whole wide range of aspirers that will want to participate in this network. And the goal is overall is to build capacity. That's the goal. We want to multiply ourselves. We want to duplicate ourselves. So capacity building becomes very, very important. And therefore, I will be looking forward to this. Will be announced through Desmond. Will be announcing those of you who registered for this program. You'll be receiving more updates on how it's going to be, and there will be. You want to follow me up in most of the social media. You will see that this initiative will be coming live. And the goal is to meet possibly once every month or possibly once every 2 months. I'm still putting other logistics together, depending on my availability and time, and many people that I'll be bringing on board as well to be coaches, to be mentors, and to be facilitators of different topics that may be of interest to us. So be on the lookout for these. The goal is basically to have people aspire today so that tomorrow they can also inspire other people. So that's going to be the kind of our slogan, our motto that we want to aspire today, but the goal is to inspire tomorrow. So having said much of that, I think I'm going to dive straight into what we are here for today. So where we gathered, what do we want to achieve? What do we want to learn today? The key goal is to for today's training, basically, is to identify the purpose of literature review. Why do we really care about literature review? Why is it necessary? Why is it important? We want to be able to distinguish between the different types of literature reviews that are out there, and therefore you should know what to expect and what to write when you're embarking on such a journey. Yeah, we want to become very conversant with the steps that we need to follow. What are the basic steps that we need to follow? What are the things that we should be doing that will prepare us to be writing a very excellent review paper? And then we also want to learn basically how to structure these review papers and with some examples to buttress what we want to cover for today. So Just every time I do it, it's always very important to share resources with people. So this is something topic that is very dear to my heart, and therefore I'm an avid reader myself, and I do enjoy reading. And if you want to be a storyteller, you must also be a story reader. So therefore, if you want to write a literature review, you want to learn the art and the trade of it. And there's a lot of resources out there to help us to be able to do very well in these things. Some of the books I'm showing here are just books, again, that you might not need to get all of them, but if you can lay hold of any of them and keep them in your library, keep them close in proximity to yourself, they will go a long way to, again, facilitate or re-emphasize some of the things that we'll be talking about today. So you see books like the Literature Review, Six Steps to Success, How to Write and Publish a Scientific Paper, Helping Doctoral Student Write. You see Telling a Story. I always say that research or writing is a storytelling. And therefore, when you want to tell the story, just as we cook, we got to get our ingredients. It's the same thing we have to do. So gathering the story and then beginning to narrate them in a more coherent and consistent manner becomes very critical. So a book like that, Telling a Research Story, it's a very nice book as well if you can get hold of it. Writing the Literature Review, a practical guide. These are very excellent books that you might want to get hold of, and you can easily get them in Amazon. So typically, I will recommend them as going forward, something to keep in close proximity to yourself. So let's get into the nitty-gritty of things now. So what is a review paper? And that's the key thing that we want to understand and lay the bedrock foundation before we move on. So it may come in different from we look at it. A review article can also be called a literature review or review of the article or a review paper, any name you want to call it. But what is then about the review? What do we mean by when we say a review paper? So a literature review is a research and evaluation of the available literature in your chosen topic area. So I put there two things. It's research and evaluation. Very, very important thing. You're not just evaluating, but first of all, it's like you're still doing a research because you are diving into the history to figure out what have others done. So you are researching what others have done. You are kind of beginning to put perspective into what people have done, and you are evaluating them at the same time. And that is always going to be for a specific chosen area. And that is very, very important to keep in mind that it's for a chosen topic, it's for a chosen area, it's for a subject that is so dear to your heart that you want to share more light upon. And the key thing that we want to do in literature review is basically is reviewing, is synthesizing the past and the current research on a topic that you want to fit in. So you are looking at what has happened in the past, what are the emerging things coming out, what are the current things going on, and then you want to begin to synthesize them together. And we will look more into what we mean by synthesizing an article. So just to keep in mind so that we don't get it confused, there can be different types of papers we publish, and some of them are based on our own empirical data in our own investigations and our own research, which we do every day. But unlike those type of papers, review articles, you're not actually doing anything original yourself. It's based on what many have already done. Your goal, therefore, is to look at what others have done and begins to put them into perspective. You want to synthesize them together. You want to kind of connect the dots. You want to bring different opinions together to form a very homogeneous kind of story that many can read and know many within the same topic. So unlike typical research papers, review articles do not present any original primary research or primary data. It's just all going to be out there. Your goal is to find out those materials and begin to put them together or synthesize them, evaluate them, and pitch them against each other and put your thought process or signature onto them. So that is a very important thing to keep in the mind of our back of our mind as we move through the whole going forward. So what does it mean to review the literature? When we are actually doing the review of the literature, this is basically what we are doing. So you are basically, to review the literature means to be able to identify what has been established. That's the key thing. You want to figure out what is established about the subject area that you are about to write a review on. What is a topic that is pertinent to your heart? What has been established in the area? What has been discredited? Is there something that are still misleading people that you want to draw people's attention to? What has been accepted in the field, what is known in the field as general thing, what are the emerging things about the field. You want to identify those things and begin to synthesize them together. You also want to identify the areas of controversy and conflict and of different schools of thought. So you may be writing a review article on a particular topic, but there can be a lot of controversies, and therefore that is also very good. If there are controversies, if there is a lack of agreement on a specific aspect of a research or a particular topic, you want to really bring those things or highlight them into the limelight. You are not only going to agree with past reviewers, and therefore there's a need also to see where are the areas of controversy, what are the things that have been discredited. You want to make sure that you understand all those schools of thought. And therefore, it becomes very, very important also to identify what are the problems and issues that remain unresolved. Are there some still things that are in the particular field that you are interested in, that you are actually writing this review on? Because as you begin to search the literature and begin to put your thought process together, you will discover that there are many things that are still open-ended questions. There are still many things that you still do not understand, or we still do not understand. So those are things that typically when we get to the structuring of your review paper, you realize that most of review articles will end up with like future perspectives. What are the things that should be done next? What are the things that people should be investigating next? So during your literature review, you will have discovered a lot of things that are still remaining unresolved, topics that are still unresolved, questions that are still lingering that we do not understand, but they pertain to the subject area you're researching on. So those are things that you're going to recommend in a particular towards the ending of your literature review, a review article as future perspective, future investigations, or things that you so cherish that people should be looking at or resolving. You also want to identify all the emerging trends. So what are the clear-cutting trends? If there were disparities in results in the past 10 years, but after the 10 years, everything is beginning to converge at one point. You want to point out the trends of all the new approaches that are coming. And one key thing is that it's very, very good. It's very important that we know that approaches change, and therefore something that is done 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 30 years ago may yield a result, but that may not be exactly the same result of today. So technology is changing, and our approaches on our tools are becoming very sophisticated, and therefore precision and accuracy in results as also improving. But if you also want to tell a narrative type of review, then your goal is to be able to point out how far has progress been made, how accuracy has evolved over the years. And those are all the things that we want to look at when we say we are reviewing the literature. And the overall thing is, how do your research extend? Typically, we have different types of review, which we'll look at shortly. But your goal is to know where are things standing, so that you know where you are standing, what you are building upon, and therefore also departing from previous research. And those are very, very important things to keep in mind. So when we say review, basically what we are doing is the art of reviewing involves evaluating individual sources as well as synthesizing those sources in order to develop your own research project. So when we talk about evaluating, so basically you kind of reading papers very, very carefully and with a critical, open-minded sight, trying to understand what is going on in these papers. What are the tools people are using? Are they accurate enough? Are the data interpreted very accurately? And then you're beginning to synthesize them together, connecting the dot. What does outer A said vis-a-vis outer B or outer C? What are the differences? What are the differences in opinion out there in the specific chosen area that is of interest to you? So that when you're beginning to do that, then you are synthesizing. You are not just listing different authors that A has done this, B has done this, C has done this. But all of a sudden you are saying that A said this, which is in contradiction to B. So you are beginning to put authors against each other. You're beginning to connect the dot in the areas of agreement, in the areas of disagreement, in the areas of controversy, and beginning to highlight a particular trend that you really want to emerge throughout the literature review that you are doing. So that is a very, very important concept to keep in mind. You are not only evaluating or just listing articles and say 1,001 people have done research on this, and then you just cite 1,000 papers and run away. No. What has those 1,000 people done, or what are within the 1,000? Is it 5 of them agree, 500 agree? What is going on among that sample size that you have taken? So you're synthesizing them and finding areas of common grounds and areas of conflict or areas of controversy. So those are the key things that we are doing. And a review article, it's very, very important. So as you can see that there are, I'll call them must read articles. Reviews article teach you a lot of things. And you who is writing the review article, you learn a lot in the process yourself. Yeah, you learn a lot in the process yourself, because as you're doing that, you will discover all the controversies and debates. You will discover all the unanswered questions. They help you even to formulate new research questions. I'm always an avid reader myself, and I believe that there's every new work that has been done should open a new avenue even for further investigation, or should raise another question for you for somebody else to do next. And review articles also help you discover a lot of those unanswered questions. So why should we really care? Why should we care? Why should we even think of writing a review article? It's something that if you happen to be in any discipline, whether you have to write a report, whether you are a grad student, you need to write theses, you write papers for publication, whatever you do, it's very, very important that we learn the trade and art of reviewing the literature and knowing what is out there and how to put it into perspective. So one of the reasons why you should consider definitely writing a review article is it's going to increase your own understanding. Yeah, if you really want to learn and you're passionate about a topic which you feel you have no command, or you're not a master of it, just consider doing a review article, and you will discover that by the time you finish the process, you have become so knowledgeable in that particular chosen topic of yours. So it increases and broadens your own understanding in the area that is of interest to you. Number two is that it's going to advance your research career. Many of you may take it for granted, but good writers are very hard to find. And therefore, if you can learn the art of writing and can write very excellent papers, excellent review articles, it's definitely going to make you stand out. And therefore, it becomes a plus for you to advance your career, whatever discipline you find yourself. And especially those of you who are in academia and those of you trying to improve your citation scores. One thing is to do research. Another thing is people should find your work very relevant. People should find your work very attractive and impactful, and therefore cite your work numerous times. Some of the best papers, some of the papers that can be cited the most are typically review articles. The reasons being that you have managed to put a lot of things together into one place for the whole world to see and to read. So when people read it, they tend to cite those type of papers very well. So if you're really looking to increase even your citation, increase your H index and all the basic things, you must well consider writing a review article. And the good thing about this is that you don't need to do this by yourself. You don't need to do it all alone. And that is why there's a lot of collaborations going on. When you see review papers, they're typically written by multiple authors. It simply means that you can divide the work, and you can share the work, you can share the responsibilities. And therefore, everybody write an aspect of the topic, and then you can coalesce all of them together. And therefore, it gives all of you participants or co-authors on that paper a chance to boost and increase your citation scores. So there's a lot of incentive why we want to do it, and it helps us, especially those of you who are PhD students who are beginning your graduate career. You might definitely want to consider that, even if you don't end up publishing it, but it gives you a very deep understanding of the topic that you have been assigned to work on for your graduate studies, or you have chosen yourself to work on for your PhD studies. And therefore, it's very, very important for every sphere, whether you are a professor yourself, whether you are a lecturer in a university. These are all very important things that we should all strive to be so good at, because it just broadens our understanding and even make us better lecturers, better instructors. And if you're a student, a very curious and advanced grad student. So those are very, very important things to keep in mind, and what will constitute a good literature review. So a good literature review will order articles or books to focus on unresolved debates, inconsistencies, and the tensions and questions in the particular field. Well, that's typically what good literature reviews do. By the time you read through some excellent review papers, you will discover all of those things in the review paper. Your goal is, what are the debates still out there in the field? If you read review papers, you will find them. Inconsistencies that are still in the field, you'll find them. Tensions that are still there, questions that are still lingering or waiting to be answered are typically to be addressed in good literature review. So your goal will be that when you're writing review articles, you are trying to address all these things within those papers. And then the key thing is you want to summarize the most relevant aspect of the scientific literature related to your research area or the chosen topic area that you're working on. And that becomes very important. And review articles that are so excellent has to be a little bit narrow, has to be very specific. You cannot just write on an open-ended review. A review must have a scope. A review must have a domain within which you want to operate. So therefore, everything you are speaking about is really focused and is going to hit that point. If you leave it too open and vague, then you're going to have a lot of information, but a lot of them will dilute the arguments that you want to put forward. So those are very, very important things to keep in mind. And the key thing, the last point I put there is you want to give your reader understanding of the background of the field and show which of the studies are important and highlight the errors in previous work. Most important, the reason why your paper will be cited the most when you do review article is because you are helping other people to learn. I enjoy reading review papers. Typically, when I'm about to learn a new field that I have less knowledge about, I find some of the excellent reviews that are done in the area. By the time I finish reading 2 or 3 review papers, I have become so knowledgeable in the field. So therefore, those papers that have taught me, that have given me that capacity, when I'm writing my next article, they are likely going to be papers I will cite. So you want to make sure that when you write your review article, you are actually having an audience in mind. Who are the target audience? Who are the people going to read your paper? Are you going to be able to convince them enough? So that's the whole goal. You want to really have an audience, a target that as you start writing those reviews, you know that's going to have an impact on the life of the people who will read your paper, and they will enjoy it and find it very educative and informative. So that's why I put how well you can do in your review article depend on the title. And that is why I say the title is going to guide you, about what is going to be the domain or the scope of what you should be doing. If you make it too vague or all encompassing, then you're going to have too much material to sift through. Yeah. So you don't want to make the topic too vague. You don't want to make it all encompassing, but you want to make sure that, again, you don't also want to make it too focused or too specialized. Then maybe you end up having too little information to review. Because the key thing is that if you're doing a literature review, then you want to make sure that it is in between being too vague or too focused, in between there, so that you can have ample information, ample materials, or ample articles out there in the literature that you are going to be able to evaluate and able to synthesize. If you make it too specific, too focused, you might even end up finding that many people have not worked in the area, so you have only maybe 2 papers or 2 information out there to source from. Then you have less information to really write a very excellent review. If it's too vague, then there's with too many information for you to sift through, and it may become burdensome and overwhelming, and therefore you don't end up also doing a very excellent job. So it's kind of be a happy, jolly, a gray area between being too vague or being too specific. We got to find those gray areas when we begin to look at topics that is of interest to us. And so for us to go forward, it's also very important for us to identify some of the pitfalls, or some of the errors that's typically, or things that may lead to errors, or things that may cause us not to do a very diligent literature review. So one of the things that I typically put is people over relying on low quality sources. Again, remember, it's a literature review. It's no new work that you are actually doing as your own investigation. It's just all out there. Your goal is to find them and then begin to synthesize them together and evaluate them together. So if you over rely on low quality sources, and you're looking at tertiary sources of information and all secondary sources, and you're not going for the primary sources of information, which I would discover in the next few slides, you will discover that what we'll end up doing is that you will miss out on a lot of very important papers or primary sources that should make your review article stand. Very, very, very important. So we need to watch out what are the sources of information we are using when we are doing our literature review. Number 2, common source of error will also be lack of the current literature. So every topic you are doing,
Prof. Nels, you muted. You muted yourself. Kindly unmute. Prof. Nels, unmute, please.
did that just happen, or it has happened all along?
It just happened.
Maybe
so
their host. Maybe their host. We don't know.
Okay.
But
No.
yes,
It
we
just
can hear you
happened.
now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just
Just
want to
happened.
hope that I just want to hope that I wasn't talking to a muted
I
all
would
along.
have lifted my hand. I'm monitoring situation.
Okay. Yeah. So somebody, I'm not seeing the screen anymore. So Desmond, keep an eye on that. Okay.
That's
So
fine.
yeah. So the key thing is that we want to make sure that we cover every aspect of the literature. There's a lot that has been done in the past. We want to make sure that we don't lose track of that. But there's a lot that is ongoing, and therefore a very good literature review. It's a literature review that it's something that puts into perspective what has happened already and what is even going on now. So you want to make sure that you bring the most current information as well in that type of literature review. You don't just want to dwell on things that have happened only maybe 50 years ago and leave all the emerging things still that are pertinent to the chosen subject area that you are working on. Other things that many people do is to miss out completely, which can be an error in literature review, is to miss out on what I call landmark or seminal literatures. So there are some very excellent papers that will always be called landmark. Every discipline has some landmark papers that have come, and depending on the originators, the people who kind of pioneer the field, who pioneer something. Some very key moments in the literature when a particular field has emerged, and therefore those are landmark work done by some people. Imagine you are talking about graphene, and those of you who in material science and you talk about two-dimensional materials, and you talk about graphene and you never talk about the work, the guy who even discovered the graphene, their landmark seminar paper on the discovery of graphene by Andrew Graham, then you'll have missed the point because you want to give credit to where credit is due and how the field has since evolved from that point. So if you do that type of literature review on two-dimensional materials, and you won't say anything about the stellar work that was done by the group in Manchester when they discovered graphene, that will have been very missed. It's still going to be a good literature review, but it will have missed out on some very key personalities who have contributed the most in the field there. And then sometimes, many times, we are tempted to kind of think like we can ignore contrary findings or alternative interpretations. That is not a job. When you're doing a very good literature review, it's not just for you to be happy with only all the things you agree with. So you are not writing the review on only things that are agree with each other. Your goal is also to be able to find out the contrary opinions and contrary views and contrary misinterpretations, because you want to put all of them in the review, and that is going to put a bigger picture for your audience who will finally read the article for you. So make sure that you are not tempted to only say the positive things or say only the good things, and therefore ignore all contradictories or alternative interpretations that you discover during the search. So make sure the key thing also is allow sufficient time to do the best search and strategies for writing. Sometimes we may be tempted to think that it's not my way. It's not like I'm doing any new research. I don't need to go to the lab and mix this chemical and get that chemical. I'm only synthesizing what others have done. So you don't give yourself enough time. That can be a death trap. If anything that is good need a lot of time. Review articles are very, very detailed, and therefore you need to give them time to do a very excellent job. So don't fall into the habit, especially those who may be postgraduate students or grad students. You have a report coming due soon. You have a thesis going up soon, and you say, oh, I will do the literature review part maybe 2 weeks to the final. That can be a death trap for you, because what will happen is at the end of the day, what you end up doing is just listing the review, not synthesizing the review. That can be very bad on your side. So if you allow enough time, you would do a proper synthesis of the literature. But if you give short time for yourself, you will end up only listing the literature and not doing any synthesis, which is very dangerous. So that's what I already said is point 6, that you end up only summarizing rather than synthesizing. You see people who just write that, oh, several people have worked on this, and then they put into reference 1 to 20. He just listed 1 to 20 reference, but we don't even know what that 1 to 20 people have done. Did the 20 all agree with each other? Were there some contradictions among the 20 that you are citing there? what is within that 1 to 20? But you just say, oh, several artists have done this, and just list 1 to 20, and you just run away. That is not review. You are not, you just listed, you just summarized that 20 people have done it. But what exactly they did, you never said anything about it. And that is very dangerous. So it's because, again, sometimes that will happen when you don't give yourself enough time. But if you give yourself enough time, what that will enable you to do means you're going to read a paper yourself. Many people write review without even reading the review paper, or without reading the paper they're actually citing as a supporting document. So if you don't read the paper, how then are you going to be able to talk about what actually is inside it? Is it accurate? Is it well interpreted? How does it contradict another paper that you have read? So that point number 6 can become a death trap to many people. They just summarize quickly and without synthesizing anything at all, because they didn't have enough time to read the papers methodically, systematically, with the eager eye to pick out things that will stand out. Number 7, you want to make sure that you choosing problematic or irrelevant words, subject heading, or descriptors. That can be a key problem as well. If you choose topics that are keywords that, especially when you are beginning to do the search, the words you choose also will bring out what you get. Just as we learn in computer science, garbage in, garbage out. You are interested in a particular topic, and you're beginning to search the literature or gather information. The words you will type to bring out the information is dependent on what you type. So if you type very problematic words, they give you problematic. If you type irrelevant keywords, they will give you irrelevant materials. So you want to also, first of all, know your topic that you're about to write on and identify keywords that can extract. It's like you are mining. You want to make sure that you mine. If you're looking for gold, look for gold. Don't go and be looking for gold and mixing it with nickel and cobalt and potassium and everything. Then everything will just be all over the place. So that one other source of mistakes, or a common area that can throw people off, is even though it's a literature review and a lot of things are going to come from other people, you are actually kind of putting yourself into that writing and doing a proper synthesis. So if you don't do it very well, what will end up is that you just end up, because you don't give yourself time as well, you just copy a lot of the thing and just paste them just as it is without actually putting your fingerprint into it. So plagiarism can become a very common theme in very poor written literature reviews, and also what I call poor referencing. Poor referencing simply means that because if you just end up copying and you don't really do a proper justice to the synthesis part of the thing, you may lose track of even how to reference the citations that you're actually using. So let's be mindful of these pitfalls so that we don't fall into them. It's something that we could take for granted, but there are things that will just showcase themselves uninvited. Yeah, and you have to do everything to stop them from inviting themselves. So I already talked about the landmarks literature, things that are very important. So landmark literature typically will refer to the seminal or pivotal works that refers to articles that initially present an idea of great importance and influence within a particular discipline. And those topics, when you write some of your review literatures, you want to discover at least some of the landmark papers on the subject area, on the topic you are writing on. See what were the original ideas and how has those ideas evolved since those landmark publications? What are the changes that have happened? What are the things that have taken place after those landmark investigations? What are the techniques they used? How has those techniques evolved over the years? How has the results interpretation changed over the years? But still, you have a reference and you want to make sure that you don't lose track of those landmark papers. How do you discover those landmark papers? Somebody will ask. Typically, one of your search engines could be Google Scholar. So if I want to find, I mentioned to you guys, graphene. It's a two-dimensional material. If you want to find which are the landmark papers on graphene, if you go to Google Scholar and you just type the keyword graphene in the Google Scholar and you search, you see that's going to bring you a lot of information, and you see a lot of them are going to be cited differently and different capacities. If you start from the bottom here, you see a paper that is cited as 672 times. You see this says that 682 times, and you see one that is cited 14,093 times. Already there's a dichotomy there. You know straight away that one has been cited almost over 10 to 15 times the other ones. Then you ask yourself, which paper is that? And then what you discover is that this AK game here is one of the original pioneers of the discoveries of graphene, which they did in Manchester. And that was a paper that is published in Science in 2009. Quickly, that becomes like the landmark paper for graphene. You want to quickly download that paper, read through it. What was the original idea? What did they do? That led to this revolution of graphene and two-dimensional material. And therefore, you have a reference point to start off from and how things have evolved since that stellar discovery. And what are the things that I imagine? How has the applications even changed? You will have read that by the time you read this paper, the initial points, what they thought would be the application for this may be limited or narrow. But you see that over the years, several discoveries have been made. So, but still, you're giving reference to the origination of the idea and how the idea is going to evolve over the years and the new techniques that are coming. And those are going to give you the basis for your literature review. So that's how you will spot a stellar review. You can do this thing for any, the key thing is figure out the keyword of what you're looking for. This can happen in very different disciplines. Many of you may be joining from a biological background or biology, from medicine, psychology. Some of you may be joining from different engineering disciplines. Whatever topic you're about to write on, and you have already narrowed down the specific scope of the literature, you will know keywords. You want to figure out what are the things. Why is this paper being cited 14,000 times? Or why is it being cited 20,000 times? What is special about it? You want to figure out a little bit more. And once you see something like that, it quickly pricks your mind that, oh, there must be something special. What is it that everybody's kind of citing it? So you want to know what is it? And since then, what has evolved from them? Yeah. So those are some bases that we need to. And now, you want to do the literature review, you want to write a paper. The goal is you want to publish it. So you want to know what are the different aspects or what are the different type of literature review that can be out there. And there can be many, and depending on even journals, what the perspectives are for them. So you see things like argumentative review. Just by its name, argumentative is a type of review that will examine, analyze literature in order to support an argument. So you realize that that's argumentative. It means that there is maybe a hypothesis. There is a particular knowledge that you want to do a literature review to support that particular philosophy or that school of thought. So it means that all you'll be doing is looking for information or literatures that support that argument. So that becomes argumentative. You're arguing in favor of a particular topic, a particular approach, a particular scenario. Those are argumentative. Then you talk about a type that we call the integrative kind of review, which is going to do a critical review of the literature to add new perspective on a topic. So there can be a particular topic that is still dilute in the minds of many, or we don't know much about, but you really want to kind of bring that more light or throw more light upon that particular topic. So you can do integrative kind of review where you critically reviewing the literature, but the goal you have in mind, because it's always depend on the goal. Why are you doing the literature review? What do you stand to achieve? Who are your audience? What do you want to address? You have to identify that right from the beginning. So if you're doing it with a goal that you want to add a new perspective on a particular topic, then you are doing what we will be calling integrated type of review. Some people can also do historical review. So historical review simply means the guy is just going to be analyzing historic literature. And the key thing is there to identify the relevance with their recent developments and identify the directions or new directions for the future. So those may be historical, meaning the person is going to be tracking down how has things evolved over the years. And there may be more dates with regards to those because it's basically looking at landmarks that have occurred over the period for that specific subject matter or that specific topic. Or you can have methodological review, and it's very important as well. In every discipline, we have different methodologies that we use to do. Somebody may write a methodological review on the state of the art of spectroscopy in materials characterization. So basically that's methodological. All you're doing there is what are the methods that we can use to characterize a nanoparticle. If nanotechnology is the field, then but you know that it's a field that is growing at a proportion. Everybody's talking about nanotechnology. What are the tools? What are the methods that we use to characterize nanoparticles? You can write those type of review on the just methodology or methodological aspects of nanoparticle characterization. where you can talk about some transmission electron microscopy, scanning, tunneling microscopy. Those are techniques. It means you're going to go deeper into the techniques. What goes into them? How do you prepare your sample? How do you characterize the sample? How do you interpret your result? So those would be methodological. And then we can have systematic review, which we do a lot of the time. Systematic review, most of the publications you will see may also fall within the systematic review. Basically, you are critically evaluating and summarizing all the existing literature of work to define a new problem, So basically, if there's nothing at all you gain from literature review, and why I like doing literature review is so that I can discover some new topics. So I can discover the things that people are struggling to do. I can discover where I can also add my contribution. So systematic reviews have that at the back of the mind, that you really want to kind of do a very proper analysis of the coherent literature, but with the goal that you want to define a new research problem, and you want to kind of line out what are the things that we should be focusing on. And that's why every good literature review, towards the ending of it, will put into perspective what are things that we should be looking at going forward. What are the future scope? What are the future perspective? You have to put yourself into it. It means that you have read the literature very well yourself, and you discover all the things that we are doing so well at, and the ones that we are still struggling to do. And you want to kind of highlight them so that all future investigations can focus on those type of them. And then you can have theoretical reviews. This type review and examine available theories. People like myself who do a lot of collaborative type of research, we do a lot of high level materials modeling and simulation, and link it up to synergy with experiment. Sometimes we can write just purely theoretical reviews and some particular new theory that is coming in an area. So for instance, I may write a review just basically on interface engineering of solar absorber materials. What are the new theories that we have developed? What are the new areas that we can use to understand interfacial phenomena in solar cells? Somebody may write a review on new approaches or new theories for D-band center in catalysis. That is a review. It's purely theoretical. But then what you're doing there is actually bringing the theory into the limelight and actually describing what really is behind the theory, and what are the dots that needs to be connected for that theory to really hold and therefore be applicable for the different disciplines that or area that you are focusing on. So we can have all kinds of things that we can look at, and journals will have all kinds of things that they may call. Sometimes we can also have perspectives on a particular topic. It may be like a review by a perspective. Basically, they're shorter and very short, maybe 1 page or 2 page on a particular subject, or something that just came out and somebody's writing a perspective on it. So the key thing is to figure out what exactly do you want to do? And that is going to define how you do the literature search. So those are things that we should keep at the back of mind when we do those type of literature as well. So just going forward, the key thing I want to dive a little bit more in is literature review as we see it. It can differ in structure. It can differ in length. It can differ in the amount and the breadth and the content that you kind of incorporate into that literature review. You can make it very selective and very narrow. You can also make it very comprehensive and very large. And you can see that it can be part of a whole host of things. So if you're writing even your own paper based on your own research, if you go to your own lab and you make this material and you determine properties and you tested it for different applications, even before you write those type, which we call journal articles, it's not a review paper at that time because you're writing your own work, your own investigation. But still, within that, in your introduction, you have to write a literature review, because you have to put that work you're about to talk about also into perspective, into context about what we know about that area already, what has been done, so that we know how your work is going to fit into it. And has it changed an opinion? Has it led to any controversy? So you also would do a normal literature review. So every paper you write, whether it's a literature review or you are going to publish it just in a regular article, you still do introduction. Within that introduction is still very relevant. You understand literature review, and therefore introduce some literature review. And I'll talk a little bit about it. So many of us write dissertations. Those of you doing PhDs and masters, you write theses and dissertations. You have a whole chapter dedicated to literature review. So you see that is still going to be an embodiment of a bigger document. So literature review will be done there. Some of you will take courses that you will be expected to write reports, or they will give you a paper to review. Again, those can be part of course assignment. And the last of it is a literature review itself, which is very, very comprehensive. So you can look at it that there are two domains by which you can do that. One is very selective. Selective ones are the ones that go into journal articles and course assignment. Comprehensive ones are going to go into your dissertation, and they will also go into your literature review because it's a literature review itself, so it has to be comprehensive. If you're putting it in a dissertation, it's a whole chapter, so it also has to be comprehensive. But you don't write an introduction to your own lab research work, and your introduction alone is like 20 pages. That is no more a journal study article. It's like a review paper on its own. So those ones are very selective. And course assignments are also very selective because you are limited to maybe 2-page or 1-page document. So you have to be very selective when you do those type of those ones. So in your standalone articles, it means now this is based on your own research, something you have done and you have generated your own data. How do we write the literature in those types? That basically is going to be part of your introduction. So if it's going to be part of your introduction, basically what you're doing there is you're introducing the research in related to the specific study. So if you have synthesized, let's say, magnesium nanoparticles, or somebody is working in the medical field and is talking about, let's say, epilepsy, and the research they've done is to maybe determine or something about epilepsy or any condition, malaria, then it's going to be very, very narrow. You want to, again, look at what you are about to talk about in relation to what others have done already, but going to be very selective. And typically, this type of literature you do in an article, which is forming your introduction, are very short, shorter than when you have it as a standalone review. Standalone reviews are very extensive and comprehensive. But if you're doing a literature review to be part of just your introduction, it may be 2 paragraphs, it may be 3 paragraphs within the introduction. So those are very narrow. They're very short in scope, and they are very, very specific to what you are actually talking about. If it's about a material, if it's say you make a particular material, titanium dioxide, TiO2, then most of the literature you're going to show there are going to just be for TiO2. If it's magnesium oxide, then it's going to be magnesium oxide, very specific. And then often what that helps you to do is to be able to set your research precedents and support your theory and methodology. So if you do those very well, your introduction will give you perspective when you do that type of literature review. It helps you to know, the context in which to discuss your research so that you know, whether this work we have just done, is it the first in the field? Is it the one that has increased the efficiency by 2%, by 10%? Because if you don't even know what others have already done and you don't say anything, then you cannot put yours into perspective, and you cannot even talk about the achievement of your work or the underperformance of your own work. So you should be able to put that into perspective. And that's why you do the journal studies article, where typically these are introductions. Yeah. So basically what you do there is we can start from being general to very specific. That's the key thing. So that introduction in a studies article, all you are doing is you start a little bit broader, you close the gap, and then narrow it all the way down to your own work. So as you move downwards the cone, you realize that you want to get to the points where you start from a distant related work that people have already done specific to that work. And you want to close it down. How is going to be the transition point from what others are doing to gaps that will create room for your own work? Because sometimes what happens is some people do some work without even justifying why the work they are doing is important. So you must always have that transition point where you are able to create a niche for your work. You create an avenue that, this and this has been happening, this and this has been investigated. However, there are still these gaps or inconsistencies in the field that warrant further investigation. And then now you will interject your own work and say that, okay, that means that this type of investigation are timely and necessary. So therefore, in this investigation, we have done this and that and that and that. So basically, that's the goal when you're putting it in an introduction. You give perspective to what others have done, link it up to what you're about to talk about, create a gap, and then quickly insert yourself there and fill the gap. That's the key thing. So research that are pertinent to your work will come towards that. And then finally, your own work will come. That's when you are going to present what exactly your research has done. So that is just still part of an introduction for a normal paper. It's not a review article, but still you have to do review within even writing a regular introduction to any report, any article, anything you will do. But if you're not trying to put it as an introduction in an article and it's a standalone means everything you're going to do is just a review. You're not adding any new research yourself. It's just a standalone article. Then that has to be very, very detailed. It has to be very comprehensive. So basically what you're now doing is you're presenting and analyzing much relevant literature as possible to the background of and the context of the work that you're doing. And then you want to make sure that your sources, excellent sources for initial research about a topic area also. Just as I told you, especially if you're starting your PhD, I will encourage you to do a very good literature review on the topic. Whatever is been assigned to you, whether you choose it yourself, I will encourage you to do a very comprehensive literature review on that subject. So you know what is going on in the field. So that you don't just wake up and just say, oh, we are the first to do the thing. Who told you that you are the first to do it? Because that can put people off. That makes people angry, especially if it's already known in the field that this has been done countless times and you are about to brag that, oh, he's the first. But that is just because you're a novice. You didn't do your literature very well. So you don't want to dig pits for yourself. Therefore, do a very good literature review when you're beginning anything so that it gives you perspective to every new area that you're venturing into. And you know what has been done, what is ongoing, and then see what is the gap that you are trying to fill in. Yeah. So they can be generally very, very broad. And typically, if you're doing a standalone literature review, most of the things you're going to be talking about are likely to come from the methods and the results, because you are basically discussing the result of other people. So when you read those papers to form the basis of your literature review, you're going to read the introduction to understand the general thing or the abstract, but the key things you're going to be talking about are the results. Or sometimes you're going to pitch the method that one person has used to generate that particular result against another person's method and the result they were able to collect. So when you're doing a standalone review papers, you want to make sure you read the results section of the people very, very well, so that you know what are the results they have achieved based on what method. And then you take, if you do that for one paper, another paper, that is when you're going to be able to synthesize them, because you now know the shortcomings and the weaknesses of the different methods that one person used vis-a-vis the results they obtained. So those are very, very important to keep in mind that when you're doing a literature review itself, which is a standalone article, we're going to dive a lot more into the result, because those are the things that you're going to discuss in your own literature review, especially when you are writing it as a standalone. So this and most of this is going to have all kinds of sessions. So you have all sessions referred to literature review than one current article. So in literature review, structuring become important, especially if you begin to see common trends or common topics as you do the literature. Then you're going to have sub-sessions. Each of your sub-session is because you have discovered that, oh, on this particular topic, I can write a lot under it, because you have discovered them as you read different review papers, as you read different articles that you're collecting together to write your review. So as you start reading, start forming your subtopics. So you know, as soon as you read this paper, oh, you know that, oh, this particular discussion, I can put it under this session. This particular discussion, I can put it under the other session, because it suits that particular subsession. So literature reviews are going to be a little more comprehensive and extensive, but it will be more exciting to a read if you give them sessions. You have subtopics. Don't just write one review article and you have no subtopic, you have no topic, you just keep writing and just keep writing and just keep writing without creating any topic, then everything is just going to be all over the place. And therefore, people cannot be able to form linkages and connections among the things that you're saying. So subtopics are going to be very, very important when we do that. And because you want to publish it, okay, you are doing this, your goal is to publish it. So I will advise here. This is where I want to pause a little bit and advise that if you have in mind to publish the work, that is a key reason why you're doing it, and there's a lot of reasons why you should do it, then first of all, check your targeted journal. Every journal will have its own specificities of what they want or what goes into their literature type of review. At least find some review paper from that journal. Read it so that you can see even formatting, even see structure, because every journal will have their different structures of how they do this. What are their aims and what are their scopes? So make sure you have read the aims and of the journal that you are thinking that, oh, if I finish this review, that's my targeted area. I always have that at the back of my, even if I begin a journey, I feel like, oh, this result looks very promising. We might put this thing in advanced material. We might put this thing in ACS energy letters. So I go back quickly and check what is happening in ACS energy letters with regards to that. And then I read a few papers again, just to put into perspective, so that when I come back to write my own article, I know that I have a targeted journal. I know what they want. I know their scope, so that you play by the rules of engagement. Sometimes what happens is that some people may even write a review paper, submit it to a particular journal, and they did not even check what the journal wants, even the reference style of the journal. They just submit because they just submitted it later. So it's very important to have a clear idea. What are you thinking of the possible journals of consideration that if you finish a review, you want to submit it to? So you learn what exactly do they want? What type of reviews do they want? Do they want short reviews, long reviews? What type of reviews are they looking for? Before even you start your writing, make sure you check those things very, very consistently. So then now I just want to quickly take you guys through what are the steps that we need to follow when we want to do a literature review. What are the steps we want to follow? And Desmond mentioned at the beginning that we could go all the way to the end before people ask questions. But typically, for me not to be the only one talking and not hearing anything from anyone, I think before I go through the various steps that we're going to take to do the literature review, I want to kind of open the session again, just to hear any quick thought, any quick questions or clarifications, or something that just crossed somebody's mind that maybe by the time we wait to the end, we may forget to even ask in the first place before we go through the various steps. So let me open for a few minutes for interaction.
Once a teacher, always a teacher. There is Aliyu and there is Takunda. Aliyu, go for it. Sorry if I did not pronounce your name well. Aliyu, go for it. Takunda, okay. Follow through.
Thank you very much. Aliyu Adnan from African University of Science and Technology, Abuja, Nigeria. Sir, when you were talking about in the earlier introduction to this presentation, you were talking about review paper can be synergistic amongst the research team. So I don't know how to kind of do the division of labor. Is it based on maybe unanswered questions, based on the controversy? So I would like you to shed more light along that line. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so Aliyu, if I understand you, so you're talking about whether to have the synergistic behavior in one literature review. So basically, you like I told you, you're going to have subtopics. Very soon we'll look at structure of how you structure it. But the key thing in terms of how you partition and you want to point out areas of controversy or areas of agreement, every subsection that you create, you're going to talk about something. So for instance, there was a time that there was a work that has been done and everybody talks about this particular material and they say the band gap is maybe 0.4. And then everybody cites that work for 20 years, only to figure out that, oh, it is wrong. A new work, a new technique, a new approach came and discovered the band gap of the material to be maybe 1.2. So you are writing a review paper on that particular material. It doesn't mean that when you're going to write a review paper, you only talk about the band gap that is now correct, the 1.2. You have to put it into perspective. Where did we come from? What were even the controversies over the years when people were quoting it as 0.34? What made them even make that error? What made them to even predict the band gap wrongly? So you want to look at the methodology. Is it because of the method? So you talk about the methodology. Why did they get a band gap wrong? And then now even your review should not show the appreciation for advancement in new characterization techniques. And therefore you bring in the perspective that advances have led to new improvements in our measurements, in the accuracy by which we discover things. Now you bring in the new type of work. What is the new method that they were using? Why has they been able to predict the band gap accurately? So you write that review. It's based maybe just on a subsection you call electronic structure determination or band gap determination as a subtopic. You're going to talk about all the things that have happened over the years and just the band gap. What were the techniques people were using? You want to pitch the ones that were wrong vis-a-vis the ones that are correct, and then give the reasons why you think that those guys got it wrong and why the new ones were able to get it right. And then even begin to quickly put a perspective into it. What then should be the way forward, and what should we be looking at? So it shouldn't be too difficult to spot out controversies, debates, or misleadings or wrong interpretation. Your goal is to be able to put all of them into perspective. And that's why your subheadings are going to be very important. What's the next person?
Takunda Akinlaye Mustafa Joseph in order. Takunda, go for it.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Takunda from University of Wits, South Africa. I wanted to hear your perspective on the different types of literature reviews we could write. Is it usually smart to write a review paper which is more of a time space mashup of the different types, where your argument is rushing towards today, but it's as if you are arguing across the different methodologies and across what was pushing, or what was the driver of whatever they were, what was the underlying driver of the ideas that were being propagated at the time, leading to present time. More of a mashup. Is it smart to do that, or it's rather a tough plane to play in?
I don't think it should be a tough. I like a review article that even we need to be bold. Sometimes when you write reviews, sometimes your topic alone can be very fascinating, because the topic you choose. Can you imagine writing a review article and just title it "Controversies in Nanoparticle Physics"? When somebody sees that, the first thing is like, you're curious. It's kind of wake you up, like, oh, controversy. So again, in that type of review, it means that you're going to look out for the things that have been like non-sticking points within the field. And then you're really going to put all of them into perspective. So we should be bold enough, we should dare enough, and review papers are going to be things that you really want to stamp your authority and your signature on them. So nothing stops you about how you should approach it. The only thing is that you must have a scope. Because you must write it clearly. What exactly do you stand to achieve by this review article that you're doing? If it's to highlight all the controversies, you say in this review article, we have highlighted all the controversies over the years within the particular field. If it is to highlight the emerging things within the particular field, that is your scope. But there must be a scope. So your scope is going to guide you upon what type of research you're going to do. So at the end of the day, sometimes you may not necessarily be able to do, assuming your focus is to work on just theoretical aspect of something or methodology. It may be very hard to do, maybe combine it against sometimes argumentative. Sometimes you can do some arguments still again because of methodology. You are arguing in favor of one method vis-a-vis another method, but again, you are justifying why you are recommending that method. So there can always be interplay between the different types of methodology, but as long as your scope is well defined and you stay within your scope, you should be very fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Akinlaye. Yes. Go for it.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm FC Akinlaye from Creighton University, United States. I want to ask a question that when it comes to narrowing down the scope of the literature review, what do you feel is the minimum number of research work that should have been done in that area that you want to analyze? Maybe I know it can be like 2. So how many number of articles are the minimum number of articles you should be able to gather to say this is the scope is not too narrow for a literature review?
Okay, I think we'll get to the various steps shortly, and I will highlight a little bit more about that. But you have answered the question somehow yourself that it's not going to be 2. I don't also even think that 5 is going to be enough. I don't even think that 10 is going to be enough, especially if you're writing a standalone literature review where you're going to have a lot of subtopics. Even just from one subtopic, you may have already within the 20 or 25 papers to review to write that particular part. So we're going to come to a point where we would think that we should stop mining and therefore begin to synthesize. So when I get to that point, maybe I will buttress that point. So the decision on when to stop mining, it's going to come based on some statements I will make when I get to that session. But for sure, it's not going to be 2, it's not going to be 5, and we have to find a sweet jolly spot to tell ourselves the scope that we have defined for ourselves. Have we gathered ample information that we can use to make a strong case or buttress the case that we are making? If you think that 2 is not going to be sufficient, even 10 is not going to be sufficient, then you keep mining. So you mine until you feel like there's sufficient, because you got to stop mining somewhere. So that is going to be an interplay based on the scope you have defined for yourself. Yeah.
Yes, Mustafa Shehun, go for it.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yes.
I am Mustafa Shehun from Theoretical and Applied Physics, African University of Science and Technology. So my questions are 2. One is, when you are talking about the originality of the research.
Yes.
I want to know, is it necessary that when you are reviewing a paper on a particular work you are doing, is it good or it is necessary to check the history, whether someone has done it or someone has discovered something that you are using, so that you recite it appropriately? And the second question is that you say you should, if you distance 1 to 20, is not you are not reviewing, but you are just distancing. Let's say you cite 1 to 20, talk about so things. So, for example, while searching, I found that among those 1 to 20 people, there is a difference in statement. Maybe somebody cited an example, and somebody did not cite an example, or somebody has given a more detailed than the other.
Yeah.
Why there is particular information which is the same in all the paper?
Yeah.
In that aspect, in that regard, should I quote it one by one, separating it by a paragraph? Maybe I may say Nelson 20. Maybe I would say Nelson 2020. Maybe you give an example of interface with so band gap.
Yeah. Shehun, I think I got a question, so that we don't dwell over it too long.
Thank you, sir.
It's okay. So with regards to that, so if you do a very proper synthesis, you will, as you said already, you will discover what is common to all the 20. So if you think that you start grouping, and all you realize that among the 20, even though they agree on a particular thing, they had differences in opinion about some other aspect of something, then those are the things that when you do proper synthesis, you will have highlighted the differences as well. You don't highlight only the things they agree on. So the key thing is to figure out what are the commonalities, what are the trends that emerge. Are they all uniformly agreeing to a particular thing? Then in that case, you don't separate them one by one and one by one. So those ones, you kind of make a general statement and support it with the wide range of literature that supports that argument. But if you list all the 20 and then you still see that there are, however, areas of controversy, there are, however, some disagreement about this or that, then you want to highlight it. So that is something that you would do. But when there is uniformity among them, you don't say A has agreed this and B has agreed the same thing, C has agreed the same thing, D has agreed. No, that will become monotony and they become very boring to read. So you will generalize it, and that will hold true. There's no question mark about that. Let me see, what was your first question again? Just paraphrase for me again.
So it's on the originality of the research. I'm asking whether is it necessary to check the history?
Yeah, so the originality of the work, it's always going to be, so when you do a literature review and you're writing a literature review article, you have to know you are using other people's work to do the work. That's why I'm saying that, again, checking that your goal is to figure out, you know who to invite to the table. You are writing the paper. So you know what papers to include, what papers not to include. You know which papers hold very high importance, which hold less importance. So the hierarchy of arrangement is going to be determined by you, the writer. So checking the authenticity of the work, the paper that you are about to read, you have to determine that based on your reading. As you read, you will figure out, oh, is this a trustworthy result? Is this something that you can vouch to? Has anybody even cited that paper? what is going on in the area. So you want to kind of check consistently about all the things that may go wrong. But at that point, you will not be held liable for it. As long as it's a published work, it's a primary source of information, you are not necessarily going to be determining the originality of that work. The work has been published. Your goal is to be able to synthesize what has been done in it and how does it advance what you're about putting together as your scope for the research. So if it supports a fall within the domain of your scope, yes, it may be one of the candidates that you want to talk about, but what is within the paper that make it attractive for you that you want to include in your review? You will determine that based on the criteria that you have set for yourself for inclusion or non-inclusion. Yeah.
Thank you,
And
Prof.
Mustafa, later in the year, we're going to look at tenets of a university degree, and those things about originality and all that will be discussed. Joseph, go for it.
I think we have one more Joseph, and then we go on, and then we can catch up. Yeah. So Joseph.
But Nelson, there are 3 people here, so probably let's just take them.
Okay, we take that. Okay,
yeah, if that is okay. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Joseph, go for it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, it's actually raining at my end here. So
yeah, but we can hear you. Just speak.
Okay, thank you. My question actually, I just want to know, maybe I'm writing a journal article, for instance.
Yeah.
Since we have types of literature review, you mentioned argumentative review, the integrative review, historical review, and all that. I just want to know, perhaps I'm writing a journal article.
Yeah.
I want to know if we can combine about 3 or more of these types of literature reviews in a journal article.
Yeah. Absolutely. If it's just part of your introduction to an article you're writing based on your own research, then there you are not limited to write only a particular type of research. There's going to be an argument, because argument simply means you're going to justify something for the work you're about to present. So you can do argumentative. You can still do systematic review or integrative review, where basically you again putting, but you are very specific. When it's part of your introduction, you're very specific to that particular subject that you are about to present the data on or the result on. You are making a case for it. You are putting it into context. So yes, within that introduction, it can be an interplay or a blend of the different types of reviews that you could do, which could stand alone by themselves. But if it's just part of an introduction, remember that you don't want it to be too elaborate. It's just going to be maybe 2 or 3 paragraphs for yourself within that context. So you want to be very, very systematic. You want to pick out the things that are very salient and pertinent to the work that you are about to discuss. If I'm writing a paper on a particular material for solar cell or silicon or perovskite, most of the things I'm going to talk about in my introduction are going to have to do with perovskite. It simply means I'm going to narrow it within that context. But if I'm writing a review paper for perovskite in general, then I'm very open-minded. I am very, very not limited by the number of paragraphs I can have. I can even have subtopics and discuss different types of perovskite, different perovskite structures, different applications. But in your case, if it's for application for just solar cell or for lasers, for anything, you want to make sure you narrow it to that specific application, and then you'll be in good business. Okay.
Okay. So we have Isaka and Daniel, and then for Joseph and Mitafu, we would have to take it after Nelson finishes. So Isaka, please be very snappy, and then Daniel, and then I think can you take both, and then you just continue with your
the 2
stuff.
can speak. Yep.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who is speaking now?
Where is speaking? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, but you need to be a bit closer to your speaker or something.
Yeah, just speak a little bit louder.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm currently doing a literature review. Sorry for my introduction. I'm Daniel from University of Washington, Seattle.
Okay.
I'm doing a research. I'm currently doing a review paper on our impact of CO2 on a concrete made from an alternative cement. So my question is, I'm thinking of, because most of the authors, their methodology is basically the same. So I'm thinking of using the meta-analysis for my research. So I'm thinking, is it okay to put a methodology section in my review paper, or it's unnecessary?
So when you talk about the methodology, so basically those different papers, are they also assessing the impact of the CO2 from the alternative cement productions?
Yeah.
And they are using the same method?
Not entirely the same method, but most of the method are just, maybe they use X-ray diffraction system, or they use some experimental work. So so that's what they did. But most of the works they have done is experimental. But I'm doing a review on the impact of CO2.
Absolutely. I think if you want to have a session on characterization techniques used in cement production or etc., you can have a subheading. But basically, at that point, what you are trying to highlight is what are the various techniques that can be deployed in this type of research, and what kind of information are they using them for. So if you talk about that X-ray diffraction, what were they using it to determine? So basically, when somebody read your review, again, you have to look at it very carefully. If thinking about publishing that particular review, if it's just part of your thesis, there's a different scope. So it can be very long in that sense, where you can add the methodology session and describe all the different things people are using and to characterize those type of material. But if it's a standalone review article that you are doing, and then you realize that maybe you have a lot of other subheadings that you really want to focus on, not the methodology, because if there's a lot to talk about, then definitely you can still have a sub-session, but make sure that that session you have not made it too extensive such that it dilutes other sessions that you really want to highlight. But if it is something that is within your thesis chapter and you have methodology section, then you really want to kind of really amplify, because you may end up using some of those methods yourself to characterize your material. So you're only giving a justification for how the method works and what we can extract from it. But if you're thinking about publishing it and you know the scope and you really think that overemphasizing the method would dilute other aspects of the things you should be highlighting, then you have to find a thin line between how much you talk about in that regard versus what really is on your heart you want to talk about.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think we can continue with the presentation then. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Is my screen back visible to everyone?
It is.
Okay. So let's go to the steps that we need to do this if we really want to get a very good literature done. So there are different processes that we need to think about. So writing a literature review, first of all, I must say that it's not a linear process. It doesn't mean because you just start from number 1, you go to number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, then you finish, and then you're finished. No, it's not a linear process. Sometimes you even go to 3, and then you have to come back to 1. Sometimes you are at 4, and then you have to come back to 3. So it's very juggled, and you have to know that it's not a linear process. It's a back and forth process so that you can really do a proper thing. So the first thing that you must always do when you want to write a literature review is you got to choose a topic. You got to narrow down, what do you really want to write this literature about? Choose a topic of focus and explore this topic. You got to choose a topic. If you just leave it open, you're just like, oh, I want to do literature review on climate change. But again, that is also very, very big. Or you just want to do review on CO2. What about CO2 do you want to review on? What about climate change do you want to talk about? You just want to talk about renewable energy. It's still very big. What about renewable energy do you want to talk about? So narrow down the scope. And when you are trying to do that, what basically you need to do is, number 1, you got to choose a topic that you are very familiar with, topic that you feel like you can resonate with, something you really want, you're passionate about, something you feel it's very important also maybe for your study, for your research, that you really have to dig a little bit more into. So we want to go for those type of things. Number 2, you want to choose topics that are current, that are well established, that have ample research to review. If there's nothing on the field then you cannot even do a literature review on in the first place. So you want to make sure that it's something that has been there. There's a lot of things going on. You feel there's a lot of debate. There's a lot of information out there. Some of them must be misleading, and you want to really kind of nail them through. And the third point is you really want to look at topics your reader wants to read. And again, that's why I told you, you have to look for audience. Every time I'm writing a paper, my goal is who is going to read this paper? Who are the audience? Who are my target people? And I want to know that what I'm about to feed them, would they love to eat it? Paper writing is always like cooking a meal. And you want to make sure that if you cook the food and you don't like the food, don't serve anybody. Sometimes you can start reading a paper and just by reading the first 2 lines of the paper, you are angry. It's like the person did not do justice, or you start from the first word, there is a typographical error. It just puts you off. It simply means the meal is not well cooked. So before you cook any meal, these are all the things you're thinking about. What are the ingredients do I need? And you think about all of those things, all of a sudden you will see a sweet spot. Imagine. As you think about your familiarity, the topic that is well researched, you know your audience and context in mind, you find a sweet spot. And then you feel like, oh, I think this is going to be it. This topic, I can do justice to it. This particular one segment of climate change, I can really narrow it down on it. So you got to find that sweet spot, and that is the one that you're going to hold on to. And that is going to be the scope that you're really going to explore more and dive into and really do justice to. So when you do all of that, that's the key thing that happens. So in a general review, this is the point where you have to adjust your scope. As soon as you find your sweet spot, adjust your scope. You may start off with your scope being so broad and just you're all over the place. But as you go through the 3 triangles and you find your sweet spot, then quickly take a step back and kind of adjust your scope and say, okay, I think when I scope it this way, this is going to be best. And then you stick to it. But you realize that even the scope can change as you go to step 2. So that's why I say it's not a linear process. You got to go back and forth, fine tune until you find that sweet, jolly spot that things can be done. So at this stage, it's very, very important to write a description of the research questions. So basically, as you do those thought process, you're choosing your topic, you kind of identifying, oh, what are the questions that are burning on your heart? What are the subject areas or what are the subtopics that you really want to bring in to highlight, talk about? So the research questions, the subtopics that you really want to talk about, and the things that are burning on your heart. Identify all of them at this stage and identify all the keywords because you begin to search now. So when you know your topic, then the next thing you think about it, what are the keywords that can bring me information on that topic? So not only are you finding your sweet spot, revising your scope, identifying your research questions, the subtopics that are resonating with you that you want to talk about, but you must also identify the keywords. What are the keywords you're going to use to do your search? And if you do that very well, that is step 1. Then you kind of figure out what is my scope, what are the questions I want to address, what are the keywords that will stand up for me, and then you can move on to step 2. So now that you know your scope, you know your keywords, you know the things that resonate with you, you come to step 2, where basically you're beginning to do the research yourself now. So you're going to do the research because the literature review is also research. You're going to research by searching for the literature. So research collects scholarly information and sources. You are not just collecting, but you're taking note also of the sources. One thing is to write a good review, and one thing is also to support it with the references. And many people can do one very well and not do the other very well, and therefore there can be trouble. So in your step 2, you want to make sure that you are doing the proper research and you are gathering the scholarly information that is pertinent to the topic you have chosen, the narrow scope you have chosen, the keywords you have chosen for yourself. And that's why you are gathering these scholarly works. Some of them may come from books, some of them may come from other dissertations, some of them may come from conference papers. When you do all of at this stage, this is where actually you are gathering what we call the literature. So at this point, you're only gathering the literature. What has people done already? What is the information on the chosen topic for myself? And you're doing this in vis-a-vis the keywords that you have set up for yourself. So you gather the literature, gather the scholarly work, gather the information. You start reading them and identify the key things that pertains to them and why they are even going to be part of your review or not. So I talk about your sources of data and where should you be gathering those data from, what sources of data you should be using. Sometimes you may copy everything from Wikipedia. If you look at Wikipedia, there generally is going to be a tertiary source of information. You can have primary sources of information. Typically, they are the ones that are going to be coming from journals, especially if you want to publish these works, you might as well be basing them on primary data. You might as well be basing them on the ones that are already also published in another journal. They form a very good point for you. So journal articles are going to be like your go-to first. And then you can go to secondary sources information, which may come from your bibliographies and some of those handbooks and monologues that are big journals in libraries, that sometimes there are some key information that you want to extract from them and include them. But your focus, which is in the gray area, the primary source, should be something that you aspire to use as much as possible whenever necessary, and whenever you feel that something else may come from a tertiary source, then you want to lay hold of them. Again, even in the tertiary source, there are also primary references to those primary tertiary sources. So even though you're going there, take note also of the primary sources that have been cited in those Wikipedia pages, and make sure that you address them very well as where you're getting the information. So where do we get the data from? We can get data from all kinds of areas, depending on your field, depending on what discipline you are. Most often, a lot of papers these days, one of the biggest databases is Google Scholar. A lot of scientific journals that you can think about, you will find them there. You can have the PubMed.gov Web of Science. The EBSCO is there, the Psych Info. Depending on your discipline, the journal may be for people in economics. And there may be all kinds of aspects that we will need to do the search. The key thing is identify a few of them, what you may be missing in PubMed.gov. Maybe Google will capture it for you, or Web of Science may bring it to you. So identify some 3 topical ones that you feel are very relevant, that most of the type of discipline you are publishes their work in those areas. If you are somebody in economics, maybe EconLit may publish some of your work there. PubMed may have yours, depending on what the discipline you find yourself in. So identify those and use those search engines to bring information that you are looking for. And again, as you search in these search engines, you are going to be searching keywords. If you throw in a garbage, the search engine will give you garbage. So if you go to Google Scholar and you are looking for something on impact of CO2 on climate change, make sure that you look for keywords that will bring out type of article that will resonate with that search. You don't go and just type any keyword and expect to give you something else. So the keywords that we identify in step 1, this is where they become very relevant. You will use them in the search engines. And that's why sometimes I said something like this. I give you some procedure about how you should even do the search in some of those areas. You can type things in Boolean forms. Keywords are going to be important. You can type something and use the word and or. For instance, if I'm a material person and I'm looking for materials for energy. If you and I type this in 2 ways, so somebody type materials for energy without the quotation, and I type materials for energy with the quote, we are going to get 2 different sets of results. We'll never get the same thing. The second one, when I put it in quote, it means it's going to extract every literature that those 3 words are following each other. Materials for energy together. The 3 must come in that order, and it will dig out every paper that has those phrases in it. In the first one, when without the quotation, you type materials for energy, it's just going to throw you all kinds of materials for energy, not necessarily coming in that order. It may throw you all kinds of things. So again, sometimes if you want specific phrase, papers that contain them, information of such thing, you must learn to use key phrases and even when to use parentheses and use quotations so that you can get exactly what you're looking for. So make sure that the keyword is garbage in, garbage out. So use the right coding, the right language, the right keyword so that you get the right information of the journals that you are looking for. And then once you start gathering some of the data, there are 2 things you can do with them. If you get one paper, within that paper, you could use it to get a lot of other reference. So there are 2 ways we do what we call backward searching. So you are mining. So that's what we call chain mining. Chain mining means you get hold of one source, you can use that source to gather a lot of other information. So that's the key thing. For instance, if I find paper A, which was published in 2018, within this paper, there are a lot of references within that paper. So I could use those references as well. They can also become my other material that I can gather. So, but when you're going back, it means that that paper A is citing a lot of work that has already happened before they published the 2018 one. So that's called backward mining. You back mindset. So there's backward session. But assuming this paper was published in 2018 and you are doing a review now in 2023, if you're doing a review in 2023 and you stumble upon this paper 2018, then you can do what we call forward mining or forward searching, because after that paper was published, several other people also cited that paper. So those are forward mining to that paper. So you could also mine a lot of the new references, new people that are searching, because it's relevant to them. If you think that paper A is relevant to you, then it could be the avenue for you to mine other things. So you can mine backward or you can mine forward. And it's something that everybody should learn to also do, so that you search out what are the key other relevant literatures, backward or forward, in reference to a particular paper that may still be very relevant to you. So we could do all of that at those talk. Somebody asks, when should we stop mining? When should we stop searching? Again, that is a key word there. I equally ask the same question. When should you stop searching? Because you can gather and keep gathering and just keep gathering and keep gathering, and you get to a point you're like, why are you just gathering? Because your job is not to actually just gather the literature. You really want to synthesize and write a review. So you accumulate, and as you start accumulating and gathering and you're gathering your information, at a point you got to stop and start to synthesize. You synthesize and you synthesize and you synthesize. You feel like, oh, this is ample. I feel like my story is becoming coherent, is becoming consistent, it's taking shape. Then you feel like I've got enough. There's no need to do further mining. But then you started to synthesize and you realize that, oh, I'm not there yet. The point I want to convey, I haven't gather all the things so far I've gathered. Then you continue to mine. You continue to dig for more gold. In this case, the gold you're looking for is new articles or new supporting document. So it's always going to be a stretch hole. There is a point where you got to stop and begin to synthesize and begin to actually put something together. And then you will determine from there whether what you have is sufficient enough to cover the scope you have defined for yourself, or it is insufficient. Therefore, you can continue to search. And therefore, once you start gathering references, you must better start thinking about keeping track of those references. So because if you start writing the review itself, you still have to cite those literature. So keeping manage of your references is also very, very important. Here, I'm not going to go into all the reference management tools, but I will advise that you'd bet everybody tries to learn one of them, be relevant for one of them, so that you can keep track of your references. Things like EndNotes, your RefWork, your Zotero, your ProCites, WriteNotes, Webster, Poster reference. Those are very, very important. Keeping track of how to the managing tools about all the references you are gathering and collecting. You want to keep track of them because, like I told you, you need to give time to yourself. Most literature reviews will not be finished in 1 week. They will not be finished in 2 weeks. They may finish in months. You may even forget what you downloaded a month ago. You don't even know where it is if you don't keep track of it. And now you are writing, and then you remember, oh, I downloaded, I think I saw a paper like this before. But you have no management system to keep track of all the things you are downloading, even how to organize them based on specific themes. So you want to start that right from the beginning, because sometimes you may write a review paper where you may have already ended up gathering like over 250 references. If you don't keep track of them, you don't even know which one is which again. So keeping track is very, very important. And therefore, in your step 3, now you've gathered and gathered and gathered, it's time to stop gathering and analyze. Analyze the network of information that you have gathered, and then begin to select the works that can fit into the criteria of the scope that you have defined for yourself. So one thing, we all do that, just like you go to the forest and start plucking mangoes. You may pluck, at that time, all you care is to pluck. But then after you got too much, you begin to screen them. You begin to act. I think this one it's not okay. Or even if you're a fisherman, you catch a lot of fish, you feel like, oh, this one is too small. Let's drop this one, let it go back and grow a little bit. We'll come back and catch it again another time. So it's time we do the same thing when you're doing literature review. Gather, but you must reach a point where you stop, begin to analyze, and select the references that are pertinent to the work that you are interested in. So some references may turn out to be helpful than others. Some will turn out to be not helpful. Some will help you to strike contrasting opinions. Some will help you figure out the debate. So often this particular step is very time consuming, especially when you're analyzing. So this is the synthesis part. It's time consuming because you got to read each of those papers very carefully. You got to begin to pick out the things that stand out. Do they fit the scope of my work? Because this is why now you are even going to select. First, in step 2, you're only plucking, you're only mining. You're mining the gold with the cobalt and the nickel. And then when you go to step 3, you say, no, I don't want nickel. So you drop nickel. You say, I don't want cobalt. You drop cobalt. It's only gold I want. So you pick all the ones that are going to be very important. And that can be a very time-consuming process. So your review should be selective when you begin to get to this point. Common mistake is to include everything regardless of relevance. That can be a big trap for you, because if you choose a scope, then there are a lot of the literature that are going to address that scope very well. Some of them may be like I call them digressions. They are still relevant, but not very relevant to the scope that you want to. So that is where you are actually analyzing and selecting who comes to the table, who can address the points that I really want to emphasize. And you need to work to develop your own criteria. You have to develop a criteria of what satisfy, what will meet that criteria. You may choose things like relevance to your study, importance to your field, and then the relevance is always going to be crucial. Relevance is always going to be crucial. That's why you should know what are you doing. If you know where you are going, then you know what to carry along the journey. If you are going to climb a mountain, you don't need to go and carry a bag of cement on your head, because if you try to climb up, the bag of cement will be drawing you down. So relevance is going to be crucial, and it's your table. You invited the people to the dining table. You are writing the review literature. You know what you want to address. You know what you want to bring into display. So that is like a party. And when the people start coming to your house, sometimes you tell this person, oh, you should sit here. You tell this person, sit here. Sometimes how you arrange them is also based on relevance or based on importance to what you really want to address or what you want to achieve from that party. So relevance is going to be very, very key. And therefore, think about it very carefully when you are analyzing and selecting the works that will play a crucial role in addressing the scope you have defined for yourself. Now, how do you evaluate your references? You can ask yourself the following question, like when you are beginning to choose who should make the table, who should sit in the front of the table. You have to ask yourself the following question. What is the research question that is being addressed in this paper? Does it also address already something you have already identified in step 1 as your research question? Then it will be very relevant. What is the primary methodology used? Is it something that is of focus to you? What method did they use in that particular research? How was the data gathered? Did you trust the data gathering process? Because you are defining this criteria for yourself. How is the data presented? How did they present the data? Is it very methodical? You just read them yourself, you are very resonated with it. You feel like, oh, this is an excellent work. It can definitely be part of my research. I want to discuss this, and it will really give a perspective to the work that I really want to convey. What are the main conclusions? What are the conclusions that have been extracted? You have to keep note of them so you know what they're concluding. Are the conclusions reasonable based on the data they have presented? So that you can judge all these things for yourself. And number 8 is, did the results yield questions for further research? Because as like I told you, every good review paper will put into perspective at the end of the paper, future perspective. So as you are doing the synthesis and you're reading the paper, you want to identify those things as well, because you are going to kind of enumerate all of them towards the end. These are questions that are still lingering. These are questions that needed further investigation and therefore should become topics of recent investigation. So you want to make sure you discover all of those things as well. And number 9, what are the theories that are used to support the researcher's conclusion? How is those theories sound? Are they based on fact? Are they generally accepted, or is just somebody who proposed a new theory? You want to make sure. So those are criteria you will set for yourself in order to decide which article to be part of your literature review process, and who you feel it's relevant but not very relevant, and therefore even without it, the message can still be conveyed. Those are the key things you got to decide who sits on the table. And once you do that synthesis process, you're reading and synthesizing the process and answering all those questions in your head, then now you get to step 4 where you're beginning to summarize the key things you have learned from each of those papers. And this part can also be time consuming. This is the part where you kind of paraphrase or summarize key things that stand out in each of those papers, because you very soon, when you start writing itself, it is these summaries that you're going to connect. You're going to begin to connect this summary, the small summaries that you have drawn for yourself by reading those different articles when you are selecting them, especially when you select a paper. Then now you are actually summarizing what is the content in it, because there's a reason why you selected it. So now you want to summarize what is the key thing that stand out that can become a body of your new literature review. So determine 2 to 2 important concepts or findings discussed in each of the tests, and take notes of the important aspect. This is where you can write notes. You can already directly start typing them into a document that you can keep track of and put at the heading the paper title. I do that a lot when I'm writing a lot of papers myself. I just put the title of the paper and what is the key thing that is standing out to me in that paper. I write it below it. Then I cite the next paper. I tell what is very important below it. So by the time I finish, I've got a lot of summary of 2 to 3, 4 sentences from each of those papers. And then I will begin to see even trend emerge. Then I see that, oh, paper 1 said similar thing like paper 4, or paper 4 says something similar to paper 10. And I'm beginning to see that the trend emerging, because as you summarize, trends will emerge, patterns will emerge, controversies will emerge. And that is when you're beginning to pick all of those important sentences. Typical example there would be like somebody said, okay, Young et al. Studied the obese patients attempt to measure the effect of chronic hypertension and osteoporosis. So you summarize that paper, and he said that is what the person actually studied. So it's just a summary for you as you begin to pop out and realize that, oh, this particular paper may be a subheading. You are talking about hypertension. If you are somebody doing something in the medical field or nursing field, then you feel like, oh, that paper will be a good content to include. What did they actually do? You begin to summarize that process and link it vis-a-vis to other papers who have worked on that type of research. So this step is also very, very important. So number 3, we were identifying the papers, snapshotting, identifying the relevance. Step 4, we are digging a little bit more. Now we are reading, and not just reading, but summarizing what is standing out. What are the patterns that stand out? Do different sources converge on the same consensus or not? What are the unresolved questions as you see them? So those are things that will come in step 4. Very, 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 very systematic that you got to do it. And that's why you must select the papers first before you now spend time to summarize them. If you don't identify the relevance of the paper to the scope of what you want, then you might read something, summarize it, and only realize that it's not even relevant. There's no need for me to, then we'll have wasted your precious time summarizing something that you are not even going to put on the table. Why will you do that? So in step 3, make sure you kind of identify those, and then step 4, you kind of fit them well. So for introductions to studies, this can be relatively short. This particular part, if you are putting this as part of an article you're publishing, not a standalone review, most often these are very, very short. You don't go too deep into them. But if it's in a standalone review, they're going to be elaborate, and they will form a very good introduction part before you even create a subheadings and begin to deal with them specifically. So for standalone review, there may be more text and concepts to review. That's the key thing I want to highlight. And then in step 5, the key thing you are doing there is now analyzing and synthesizing. So in step 4, what did you do? You were summarizing the key things that were standing out, identifying patterns and controversies. Then in step 5, now what you want to do is to demonstrate how the concept in the literature relate to the result of study and establish how the literature is connected. How are the different literatures connected? That is what, when you are connecting the dots about what you summarize from A vis-a-vis paper B, then you are beginning to synthesize. You are beginning to link the understanding of the summary that you get from the different papers that you have summarized. So whereas analysis involves systematically breaking down the relevant literature into constituent parts, synthesis is the art of making connections between those parts identified in the analysis. You must find the connections. And the connections is what you're doing. We're calling it, you are actually doing the synthesis of the work. So synthesis means connecting and linking and positioning sources against each other or for each other, identifying the trends and patterns, areas of agreement and areas of disagreement. Because if you summarize the result, you will know where there is agreement and where there are disagreements. So basically, those are the connecting the dots, and that's what you see in this triangle here. You may find out that, oh, maybe the argument in A is supported by another article in B, which turns out to be supported by D. So if A is supported by B, but that is also supported by article D, then you see a pattern emerge. Maybe C, however, you have found another article C, which contradicts the argument presented in A. So maybe C kind of contradicts. Somehow you got to see how to link it. How did the contradiction come about? What led to the contradiction? And again, you want to vis-a-vis kind of connect those dots. When you're doing that, what you're doing is actually synthesizing. So you have summarized, but now you're synthesizing to find the patterns so that you know how to even categorize the work into subtopics, into subheadings for yourself. And then in the session 6, basically is where you actually now writing the literature. Write the literature review itself and edit, revise as needed. So after you have done all those gathering, your last step is actually when you start the writing itself. If you have done the step 1 to step 5 very, very well, this step becomes just connecting the dots. It becomes just, you have got a lot of information already, some of which you have summarized already. You know which figures you're going to use, and then the figures they're going to cite, you can begin to put them together. So like any other academic discipline, literature review must have an abstract, it must have an introduction, it must have a body, it must kind of have conclusion or future perspective, and therefore structuring your work becomes important. Now you're about to write. So again, you must start thinking about what are the formats I'm going to use. This is where you have to go quickly check back the journal you are already having in target as well. What do they want? What is the expectation? What is the structure? What are the formats? What you didn't want, you want to go back, check all of those things so that you know how to subdivide your work and subheadings, and then you begin to actually now do the writing. So that's what I put down there. It depends on several things. What you include in each depends on the objective of the literature review, and number 2, depend on your target journal. And you want to make sure that you establish understanding of those very well as you move forward. So what I'm going to do now is basically we kind of go through some key examples, just like some examples to address those aspects of the work. So let's take, for instance, an abstract. So like I said, every review is like a jigsaw puzzle you're connecting. So a lot of things are connected. I told you it's not linear. It's not just like chronological where you just go linear and without looking back. When you do this thing, you must always be looking back and see, whoa, what did I write in the other subsection? How does it connect to even the new subsection I'm writing? Because sometimes you can see a review and they say, oh, as discussed in session 2.4. It means the person is still keeping track of the connections between the different sessions or the different topics. So it has to be a jigsaw puzzle that you connect together. And how well you connect them together is going to make an excellent review. Yeah. So your abstract section of, like, now you are structuring the work. The abstract is very, very important. That is where you're going to really define even the scope of the work. What do you stand to achieve with this literature review? So if you're writing a standalone review, you are required to provide an abstract. It's necessary. So the purpose of an abstract is to provide a potential reader with an overview of the contents that is going to be discussed in the work. The abstract should also contain the background of information you are going to talk about, the gaps you are going to talk about in the work, and even the scope of the work. You must always talk about the scope in the abstract. You need to let your reader know what is he going to get from this review paper, right from your abstract. So by reading the abstract, you feel like, oh, is this something I want to continue reading? Or is it not something I want to continue reading? Because the person has told you the scope. If it is not the scope you're interested in, then you drop it and read another paper. So you want to make sure when you're writing your review paper, you articulate your scope very clearly, succinctly, and crisply, that people know what they are going to get from this review paper. So a complete abstract will include a brief statement of the main finding as well and how they relate to the broader context. So let's take a look at an example of maybe somebody writing something. This is like a biology type of abstract. So Munchausen syndrome, this is a syndrome that somebody is writing an abstract on. Look at the abstract, how he began it. So he began that abstract by saying that Munchausen syndrome is a chronic disorder, psychological disorder, where sufferers intentionally fabricate illness and injury with the purpose of assuming the sick patient's role. There are many serious consequences of the actions. And then he went on to say, MS, however, is an inherently complex disorder, and there are no established means of diagnosis. So in that abstract, the first line, the guy is talking there, what is he doing? The comment you see there is that this sentence provides a very brief background to the information, including the gaps in the literature and the aim of even the study. If you look at the blue highlighted, what is the person now doing? He said, this review examines the use of multidisciplinary approach for the diagnosis of Murchison syndrome, which requires the cooperation of the primary physician, the laboratory, and the psychiatrist. So he's telling you the scope of his work, what is going to be found in this literature review. If you're interested in those type of things about how to diagnose Murchison syndrome, then you continue reading because the guy has tickled you. He's telling you that this is what you stand to gain. So now your appetite is whet and you can read more. And then he went conclude by saying these findings in this review indicate that each of these parties have essential and unique role to play in overcoming the diagnostic challenges of Murchison syndrome. So the guy has told you a little bit of the background, what he is going to write on in this paper, and even summarize some of the key findings they have discovered all through the review paper that they have done. So that is like an abstract, and you can do this thing for different disciplines. And you putting into perspective, this is just supposed to be a prototype, a guide, so that you see that that's what is expected of you in that section. And then you go to your introduction, and for a review, you're going to make sure this is where, again, you want to draw people into your review. You're going to draw people. It's like you cook a food. If people don't eat the food, there's no need to cook the food in the first place. So as you are cooking, you're already thinking about who you are going to serve, and therefore you know your audience, you know what they will like, you want to feed them that thing. So your introduction is to draw the people more. They are so abstract, you salivate their appetite. Introduction, you are beginning to give them some status, and so you hold them more before even you give them the main course when you go to your results and discussions. So those are the key things that you want to start your introduction very broad and give relevance to the background of the study, whatever research your scope you have defined for yourself. You want to make sure you talk about it very well. The guy talking about the impact of CO2 on coming from cement product. He's going to begin that introduction talking a lot in the broader perspective about cement, how it's produced, even before the CO2 comes into the picture, and then how then the impact is going to be felt, and how do we then assess those impacts. So bigger, broader perspective, provide information about the relevance of the specific topic that you are about to address, and tell your reader what the scope again is about what you're going to cover. Even though you mentioned it briefly in the abstract, again, you're going to give it a bigger, broader perspective in the abstract, and tell your reader what is the aim of the purpose and the purpose of the study. So all the introduction is going to highlight all of that very well for you. If you take a look at this very nice example here, somebody's working on maybe CO2, it tied up with a guy working on the cement. So this introduction began by saying the concentration of atmospheric carbon dioxide has been increasing throughout the history. It was steady at so temperature. He went on to give a lot of perspective. The change in concentration is predicted to significantly impact the global environment. Both precipitation level, mean temperatures are expected to change drastically. So he talked about all of those things, and he went up concluded by saying could heavily burden our ability for global agriculture production. So that introduction, the guy is talking about overall what is the rise in carbon dioxide, how has it been in the past, how has it become now, what are the consequences of the rise. So that's what he's doing in that first comment. So these comments introduce the topic broadly and provide backgrounds and relevance to the things that are going to be needed. Then you can go on and begin to talk about what are the aspects that are going to be necessary for that introduction. And you can see that the point 2 in the red, but the one I want to talk about again is the blue one. He said, after he talked about even how the key things that are players to that, he said, therefore, this review aims to directly assess how global wheat crop will react to the rise in environmental CO2 and guide research of mitigation of any challenges which may face. So again, he's describing what the research is about. So even though he begins by rise in CO2, which can affect agriculture in particular, but he narrowed it down in the introduction to tell you specifically which crops he's even interested. So he's talking about global wheat. So you got to be, again, very, very, very important as you link those sentences together. And then you come to your body. So you introduce, draw your people more, now feed them. Now feed the people. So the body is where you now have to restructure, give subheadings about the topics that you're going to cover. all the things that pertains to the scope that you want to address. So you are going to have a lot of subtopics, and make sure that you describe the things that go. Creating the subheadings are very, very important. You cannot write the body of your literature review without subheadings. It's very, very, very important. If not, it's just going to be like a whole body. Imagine our body without hands, our body without legs, our body without stomach. It's just going to be shapeless. It's going to have no form. So the same way we call it body, but it has several parts, and those parts are your subheadings. And whatever is pertinent to it, you describe them under the subheading. So your body is going to be very, very important. How you structure it is going to give shape to your review overall. And I provided here some very nice examples as well. I will be sharing the whole of this slide with Desmond, and I'm going to also put them in my own website. You can download them, you can use them for yourself, and read through the examples very, very carefully, so as they form a basis for whatever you are going to do yourself, specifically to whatever chosen discipline you are, or whatever topic that is of interest to you. So that's the body. Subheadings are going to be very important, and create them consistently. I won't deal with digging too much into the example, because I want to save some few minutes to chat with you guys. So we can continue the body, how that body should be framed, how we should be writing, the language we should be using to write the body. Even though you create a subheadings, you must make sure the language you're using is very coherent and consistent, and how you're connecting the dots as well is very, very important. So the body is very, very important. And then once you create all your subheadings and everything, you fill them, you now write under each of them, you can begin to think about, okay, how does all these things come together? Some people will have discussion session before even conclusion. You can have a conclusion and future perspective, discussion, conclusion, whatever you want, depending on the format of the journal. That's why I say read the journal and see how do reviews are they writing, what structure do they take. So complete by demonstrating how you've answered all the research questions you've set up for yourself, the scope you have set for yourself. Have you broadly covered it? You want to conclude that very well. So your conclusion, again, is start very specific, but finishes very broadly. And there are several conventions to note when you are writing this conclusion. Don't include new information. Very, very important. If you are concluding, now you have presented your audience a lot of information. Now, basically, you are coming to draw a specific conclusion based on those information you have presented already. It's not time for you to be throwing in new things that you have said nothing about. So instead, highlight the key points raised in the earlier sessions of your literature review. Very, very, very important. Sometimes we can make those mistakes where we just start throwing in a lot of new things that you did not even say anything about under any of your subheadings. Yeah. So conclusion example is also given there, and very important. Let me see what are the last part I want to say. So it is proposed, if you look at this particular one, it is proposed that future studies could further examine. Now, if you look at here, what the guy is doing is actually recommending. He's recommending what are the shortcomings, what are the things that are still lingering there that we should be investigating. Those things can form discussion session for you. They can form a conclusion session for you in that standalone review paper that you're doing. And I will explore you to, when you get a slice, just read those sentences carefully and see how those thought processes come into being. So we are nearly there to complete. And there's always a language that we must use for literature review. The first one is we must always think about what type of verbs are we going to be using, and how do you show the result? What are the opinions? So for instance, if you're talking about aims, you can say this research investigates or examines or look at. It's a language. You must make sure you use those languages when you write them. If it's talking about results, you want to say that so and so and tal have shown that, or suggests that, or reveals that. It's a language. You want to make sure you use it. If it's opinion, you can say that so and so stated that, or this particular author believes that, or so and so argues that. Then those are also language if it's about opinion. And those are very, very important. So you want to make sure that you are in position to use some of those languages when you write your review. You have to be evaluative and cautious with the language you use. You can show your perspective on literature review and review by evaluative languages. Positive ones would be like effective or necessary, significant or crucial. You want to make sure. If it's a negative thing, you can say this particular result is questionable, or this opinion is questionable. So and so has presented an unclear or inconclusive or insignificant. Again, those are languages we use, especially if there is a negative opinion that you are about to put into display within the work that you are presenting. So very, very important to be cautious about the language you are also using. Yeah. And then you can talk about things that you can boost. So if you really want to emphasize something, you can say so clearly defined, or definitely, without doubt, certainty, unquestionable, or this result is very accurate, important. Basically, what you're doing there is you are agreeing widely with what the people have said. In the other run, when there are hedges, basically it's an expression of cautious. You are being cautious. You don't want to tell the person straight away that maybe they are wrong or something is not right. You are just being diplomatic and cautious. It's a language again. So you can say so and so appeared to show that, or seems to suggest that, it's possibly that, or likely. Those kind of languages are kind of, you are not very certain. We call them hedges. And you want to make sure that the way you interject them and the way you connect them, it's very, very well thought through and carefully used when necessary. Yeah. So just to complete the whole thing, before you submit, so you've written all these, it's not a linear process. You read and you go back and forth, you check, you do everything. Make sure you check again quickly the scope of your journal. Where you are intending to send that paper, check it again. Have you defined the scope for your article? Did you use multiple search engines? Have you written a descriptive title? Very, very clear. Your abstract using very important keywords. Did you start with an overview of the topic? Have you presented the critical discussions? Have you included the figures? And now when it comes to figures, we need to learn to know also how to seek permissions. Because when you write a review paper, you're going to use a lot of other people's work figures. You can ask permission from the journal from which the paper was originally published so that you are going to use that image in your new review article paper that you are writing. So that's why you see people will cite them, will say with permission from, it means that they have asked the right permission from the journal. And those are things that you should look into, how to ask the right permission to use a figure as it is directly or modify it to particularly convey the message that you want to convey. And don't just submit. Review papers are not written by one person. Even if you write it by yourself alone, let somebody read it for you. Let somebody go through grammatical checks. If it's a team of people who are doing it together, let everybody read that paper carefully. Point out the grammar, the mistake, basic things that will put people off, check them and address all of them. And if you do that very well, you are in good business and you are in good standing to have a very excellent review paper written and possibly submitted and possibly published as well. So what we learned today basically was the steps we went through was to identify the topic we are interested in, the query we are interested. We got to do the validation of it and then doing our search. So as we do our search, we begin to categorize when we are selecting, and then we have to summarize our thought process. And then we have to synthesize and evaluate. They go more often together. What are the weaknesses? What are the strengths? And then synthesize. How do the strengths merge together? What are the gaps that needs to be filled, which are going to go into your future recommendation? And when you do that very well, you will be in very good business to write a very good literature review. And I would just want to end this slide here that this will be available to everyone. You feel free to use these materials for yourself, for edifying other people and training other people, and you don't need much permission to do that. So Desmond, I will forward this to you, and I will have it also on my own website. You can download from whatever source you can find them. And more often, if you go to my own website, which I lead a materials and mineral theory group in Penn State, you will have session for events. Under events, you will see that this particular workshop will be advertised there, and the link to download the PowerPoint will be there as well. So I think that's why I'm going to pause again so that we can have some few chats. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. I want to make an observation that I should have done initially, but I didn't. So the Nelson guy talking to you actually has a background in mathematics, but he's moved from mathematics to materials engineering, and he's doing computational work and experimental work. The reason why I'm mentioning this before we allow for some questions is that if somebody who did hardcore mathematics and physics can go on to do material science and engineering and be the top graduating student in his cohort and still go and run some of these things, tells you that all you need to do or to become better at what you need to do, to become better at what you're doing is to put in the work. You would have seen that by the presentation has been very detailed, but you'll be doing me and him a disservice if you don't take these things and apply them. And in the emails that I sent to you, I've shared his link with you. The idea is that we are building a global consortium in a way that we can leverage from the strength of each and every one of us. So, I mean, he's also open to collaborations. Follow him on LinkedIn. This is how we build the world that we are looking for. I don't talk about Africa anymore because we all have the right to have a seat at the table. And this is how we're going to do that. So please, it is very important that we benefit from this. And also, I want to apologize. We've gone overboard, but it is worth it. If you want to run or go somewhere else, you are welcome to do so. But now, I just want to make sure we engage some questions for the next 15 to 20 minutes. It's very difficult to get Nelson because he's a very busy man. But once he's here, I want us to squeeze as much juice from him before he leaves. So please, so Nelson will take it in that. Yeah, so I see Gambo Abdul Salam, and please let us be brief, concise, straight to the point. It reminds me of Ernest Hemingway, which says the 4 things to write effectively. He says, write short sentences, use short paragraphs. So today, I want you to use short sentences here so we can address as much problems as we can. Go for it, Abdul Salam.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. My question is that when you are designing your subheading, the body of the review paper, so do you do it from the step 1 when you are trying to define your goal, or you do it on when you get to like step 4 and step 5 when you're summarizing and identifying patterns?
Yeah, so it will evolve. So right from the beginning, because you already have some scope and questions that are burning on your heart already, you already kind of narrow-mindedly written down some subheading you feel you're going to address in this review. But then when you start to read the other papers, especially in the step 3 and 4, where you kind of selecting the papers and then you're beginning to synthesize them, then you realize that as you're reading them, even some of the new subheadings will emerge from the papers you are reading. Because then you're beginning to see trend or cross-cutting themes or subheadings that appear in this paper and that paper and that paper. And you feel like, this can form a new subheading on its own because you can address particular something within that domain. So then you add it. So that's why it's not a linear process. You can start the beginning. Your subheadings will be very few in the beginning because at that point, all you care about is just what do I really want to talk about? What are the questions that are burning on my heart? But then to answer those questions, you need subheadings to answer the questions. And that is when they will emerge, especially in the step 3, when you start reading the papers carefully and start to evaluate them, then you will know that, this particular body of information is best suited when I coalesce them under a particular heading. That's why I say if it's just a body without hand, everything that the hand can do, you put it under the hand. Everything that the leg can do, you put it under the leg. At the beginning, you may not even know that there will be the need to have a subheading called a head. So now you create a head. Now you create a hand. Now you create in the step 3 and 4, you will figure that, those are also going to be very relevant in order to give shape to my review paper. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much. The second question is that if you're reading the review paper, maybe you're just looking at the topic and you're looking at the abstract. Is it possible for you to know the type of review that was done?
Absolutely.
That's type of review.
Yeah, you will know that straight away. So once you read the abstract, you will already know straight away what the guy is talking about. So for instance, if I go back to that abstract, the example we're looking and the first part the guy puts there. So if you watch him, he said, this review examines the use of multidisciplinary approach for the diagnosis of Machuda syndrome, which requires the cooperation of blah, 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 etc. Now, what it's doing there, again, if you look at it, you will see that this is going to not just be one type of review. It's going to be very systematic review, but you can see that he's going to talk about methodology as well, because he's using multidisciplinary approach. So he's going to evaluate even some of the method that they're using to do the diagnosis. So that is why I say in the abstract, you must clearly define what you did. What is the review about? So that the person can decide to continue reading or not continue reading. So that particular part, make sure that it is very appetizing. It's like you have to hook the guy so that the guy continue reading it. And you must have that ability to do that because you are writing it, you know your audience. Assuming you define your target audience already and you cannot hook them, then you have failed at that stage. Yeah.
That makes sense. So what type of review is appropriate for
sorry.
Last question.
Sorry, there are a lot of no. Sorry, it's not gonna work. No. Bashir, please go. We all have one chance. I'm doing this because I want to give everybody a fair chance. But note your questions
we
and
can
email them.
We can catch up.
And
we
then
can
we can
catch
deal
up.
with it. Yes.
Check me out later.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, no worries. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Bashir, go for it.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Bashir from Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna. My question goes like this. Regarding review papers, how do you tend to identify a review paper? This paper is said to be reviewed because you could get to see so many journals. And sometimes when you get to read the abstract tend to identify that this is the result that was gotten, basically, but not tend to review this is saying, okay, this is scope of the work and blah, blah, blah. Most of the times it tells us the result. Most of the abstract we tend to know. So how can we tend to identify a review paper?
Yeah. So that's why we have two types. That's why I told you already right from the beginning. You have a research paper that is done based on what you have done yourself, the lab work you've done, etc., and then you are writing a paper on it. In the abstract there, you are not going to tell the people the things you have reviewed. In the abstract, you're only introducing the work and the result of what you have obtained from that research. So if you start reading the paper, you should also know whether it's a review paper or it is a journal, just standalone research-based paper. For research-based papers, you can only know what more review about it when you go into the introduction, because in their introduction, they will introduce some of the literature review that they've done. So that can become the basis for you to know a little bit more what specifically they did, why did they even do it, what gap they saw, because they will have said it in their introduction. And therefore, in journal-based papers, you don't just read only the abstract. If you want to know the reason behind why the person did the work, why they even saw that gap, read a little bit of the introduction. They will tell you straight away that, oh, this particular topic is very pertinent. However, there's still a lot of inconsistencies within the field. In this particular work, we try to address this. So those ones I'll recommend read beyond the abstract, because those are the person is just focusing on only his result. But if you go into his introduction, it will tell you a little bit more. Yeah.
Okay,
Adna, thank you so much.
Please go for it.
Because I really enjoyed.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Adna, go for it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'm Aliyu Adnan from AUST Abuja. My question is that, sir, when in the synthesis process, for example, you already have your gathered journal. You've gathered all the journal you want to use, let's say from 2000 to 2023. So what's the recommended way of beginning your synthesis? Should you start from the most recent work down to 2000, maybe 2023 to 2000, or from 2000 to 2023?
No, your synthesis, it's going to be person-to-person dependent and what works best for the person, because you have a perspective you have. When you summarize the different things you have read about the different papers, not only did you gather them, you summarize a few bits of sentences are the key thing that each of them is doing. So that when you are synthesizing, your goal is to now see what are the synergies between the different things I've synthesized from paper 1, paper 2, paper 3, that the things I've summarized, how do they connect? What is the linkage between them? Synthesis basically is creating the link between them. So the link will happen between maybe something that happened years earlier to current form. So the linkage is left for you to be able to decide how to connect those dots. And again, going to be based on the questions I put you there to ask those questions. What are the questions they are addressing? What are the hypotheses that have they formulated for themselves, and therefore address them succinctly? So you will always have your guiding criteria, like what are the things I'm going to be using when I'm doing the synthesis, because you want to create a particular pattern, and you know what is in your mind. It's just like you are about to embark on a journey, but you feel like you've discovered the trajectory you want to take. So how to connect the dot, that is what you're beginning to look for at that point. You feel like, oh, if I connect this one to this, the story will go coherent. If I link this one to this may tell a particular way of the story. So that synthesis part is when you ask yourself those questions. What connect with what very well? And it doesn't matter whether you connecting as a paper published in 1950 to 1949. You could link up a paper in 1949 to even 2000 because they have some connection. So how you connect the dot depends on also the questions you set up for yourself and how you really want to address it.
Thank you so much. I don't see any hands, but I know a lot of people are actually leaving. But 2 weeks time, okay, yes, I've seen. But let me make this announcement quickly, then we continue. 2 weeks time, we are having one of our own, the legend Ivan Hofstadter, who we're talking about. Write right. How to write papers that get read. We are very deliberate with the topics that we choose because it is to send a certain message. Yes, Hansen,
Absolutely.
please go for it. Go for it. Hansen, go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you, Nelson, for a nice presentation. Also, Desmond for organizing this. I sent a question in the chat, but I'll then read it. So I will just read it. So I said one of the requirement for completing most PhDs is publishing, and most PhDs rush to publish a review paper, mostly in the early stage of their career to satisfy this requirement. And I have spoken to a lot of researchers who published in the early stages of their PhDs, and they claim they would have done a better job if they did the review paper later in the later part of their PhD. So I have this question based on your experience. At what stage of a PhD should one publish a review paper to contribute actively to the body of science?
Yeah, well, it's that dichotomy is going to vary from person to person opinion. But generally, again, just as you said, the only reason why you're doing a literature, I told you about 3 benefits that you stand to gain when you do a literature review. Number one is, first of all, is to understand the subject area. So at the first year of your PhD, you really want to understand what you're doing. Many PhD students, if you ask them why they're doing what they are doing, they don't even know. And therefore, they struggle a lot with it. They don't even know why they're doing the topic. They don't even know who has done what in the topic. They don't even know what is going on in the topic. So at that stage, that is what typically I recommend. Even if you're not doing it at that stage for the purpose of publishing it, you're still doing it for the purpose of understanding. So you take the first benefit. Understand the scope of what you are venturing into. You got to know it. So that even when you go to give your first year seminar, you want to talk about something, you go there as an authority. You know what they're talking about. You already kind of figured out what are the gaps in the area, and you are justifying why your research is going to fill that gap and why you're going to answer that question. Many students who want to do the research because they say, oh, my professor said I should do it. Your professor should not just be the one telling you what to do. You want to find out the reason why you're doing it. So the first benefit for me, I remember very well, one of my first papers during PhD was a review paper. It turned out to be one of my, it may not be the best review paper I've written, but that is a very good starting point. It turned out to be one of my most cited papers as well. So, but what that did to me was to give me a broader landscape of even to know why am I even doing the thing I'm doing? Why is this topic very important? Because then it gives me like swagger in my step. Anytime I stand to speak, I'm so authoritative. I'm so very passionate about why I'm talking about it because I've read about it. I have known the loopholes. I've known the shortcomings. I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. So when I talk about it with passion, that is something benefit you will gain if you do it early stages of your PhD. It may not be the best review. You could do another review. You are not limited to the number of review you do. You can even write review based on your own work at the end of your 4th year, even after you become a postdoc, after you become a professor. You can even do review of your own papers. So, and that time when you read your first review paper, you laugh a little bit at yourself. It's like, oh, is it really me who wrote this? But that time, that is what your level permits you to do. Now you can even add more flesh and more insight and more input. So I would say any stage is the one you should do, but definitely if not for publication purposes, but the benefit of understanding your topic at the early stage of your PhD, you must do a thorough literature review. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Zaharuddin, and make sure whatever you're publishing, it's something you'll be proud of. Yeah, there'll be little things here and there, but just because you want to publish doesn't mean you should go and publish garbage. So a lot of people, I like what Nelson said. He said, when you are reading, make sure you are reading the right stuff. So that is also good. Zaharuddin, go for it.
All right, my name is Zaharuddin Sani from AUST Abuja. Thank you, Nelson, for this wonderful presentations. My question is with regards to writing systematic literature review. It's like someone going to concentrate on getting more literature reviews or going to concentrate on getting more journals. So which one, which one to concentrate more on?
I don't get your second part. You say to concentrate on getting the papers and the other concentrate on the journal. When you mean concentrate on the journal, because the sources of information will come from different journals. It is not going to come from only one journal. So you're going to gather your sources of information that are published in a variety of journals. But the only thing is that you have one particular journal in mind that you are trying to submit that paper to. So the focus definitely it's not necessary at that point on the journal you are going to publish in, because that one is just a decision you have to do. Make that decision that, oh, I think I'm going to target a chemical review journal published by RSC or ACS. Then that is not the decision. Just check a little bit about what type of research did they do. And the next thing is your focus shifted back to what are the contents, what are going to be the papers that are going to come to the table, and therefore the sources of this information, which you can gather from a variety of places and a variety of primary sources of data. So I would say focusing on the journal of choice is the paramount thing. It's just a decision you have to make. Where am I going to send that with? But the next thing will be the focus rather on where do I get the sources of information, which will come from a variety of journals. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Quick one. Esther is asking, please, yes. How can one know low quality sources to avoid? I think this is a question, and then we can take the last two, and in the next 5 minutes we'll be out.
Yeah, so already just to know that the low sources of information, it's just like somebody just writes some blog. You went and just saw somebody write something in his blog. He didn't even cite any reference. He didn't tell you anything. He just took that opinion and he started putting it in your literature review. That would be a very low, poor source of information. It's not been credited to anything. It's not been something that is validated by anything. He didn't even cite. It's just an opinion on his blog page, or he just writes some posts on his LinkedIn page and you just personalize it and just take it. This can be very, very poor sources of information. You read sometimes, we all Google most of the time, and then everything just appear, we take it. But we cannot just take things on the front value like that. You got to make sure, is that thing justifiable? Is it been attested to by a reference and validated? You want to check that. And that's why when you're doing a literature review, the key thing you are using there mainly are the primary sources of information. They are again based on papers that are already published. They are papers that has been peer reviewed. A peer review process is a very robust process, very difficult to go through. You write your work, somebody's going to tell you it's a garbage, it's this, and you have to change this, you have to change that, you have to change that. So by the time you go through the process of peer review and your paper is finally accepted, it means the paper has been tested and proven, it's been critiqued, it's been criticized, and therefore finally when it's accepted, it becomes a very good source to use as foundations to writing your good literature review, but not just, as you said, low quality means low quality. That's just, that is it.
That is just, okay, now I'll take Miftahu, Emmanuel, and then Joseph in that order, so that these are the last three I'm taking, unfortunately, because the good professor also needs to go and do some stuff. But I must say that if you have questions or anything, you can email me or you can email Nelson directly, and then we can make sure that we get the responses to you. But I know he has hinted, so a follow-up webinar probably will come where he will look at publish or perish. I think that is the thing. So at least he has his job cut out for him. Emmanuel, Miftahu, Emmanuel, and Joseph in that order, so that we can close it.
Okay. So Mr. Brady and the organizer, Emmanuel from University of Delaware. My question is, how do you know when the scope of your review is narrow, and then do you seek permission for all the figures and tables you use in the review? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and it's very, very important. If you see most review papers, it's very, very important, like I said, that you learn how to ask permissions. If it's my, let me see whether, let me just share this. Stop sharing this one and share.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just trying to share something.
Okay.
So yeah, very important. Yeah, you mentioned about must you seek permission from every journal? Yes, it has to. If you're using any figure, if you see from my screen, so this is a chemical review, a paper on rechargeable batteries for grid scale. And you will see that, again, permissions are very, very important, figures that you're going to be citing. So if you see here, it says reproduce with the permission from reference trees and copyrights to this. So typically, and if you go through wherever that the data is coming directly, not necessarily from a journal, they will not necessarily seek the permission for it. But those that are actually taken from a particular source, you can see this figure here. It means they created a lot of things based on the data they've generated, they gathered from the report. Wherever necessary, they will cite the data. And again, if you come to tables, most often you are not just copying the table blindly. Most tables are, you're going to put your thought into the table. Sometimes maybe you are now combining different work table together. So the tables, more often you don't seek permission for the table because you are only taking the data and merging it with the data from another source. But for figures, because you're going to take them verbatim, then you will need to put permission for whichever that you did not reconstruct. Even if you modify it based on somebody's work, you want to say adapted from this with permission. So that's something that you can do in those cases. For tables, you are not going to copy them blindly. So most often you reconstruct the table based on different data put together. So it becomes like your own. You don't need permission for that. But for the figures, you got to do that. If there are copyrights to where you're taking it from, you can easily seek those permissions. And most of the permissions are not difficult to grant. They easily grant those permissions. It's just like go to the journal page, click on the permission and write, and just follow some few steps and just say that you want to use this in a review paper. They will grant it. It's not like a very cumbersome process. Yeah. And I can recall your first part of the question.
And I think the first part also, guys, if you want to know how to do permissions and all that, drop me an email and we can have a quick session. I'll run you through what he's saying. It's just quick. You do it by get right link, and then you fill in a certain thing. Sometimes you just check and always make sure that the cost is zero. And then once you have the $0, then you quickly go through. Then they give you a license, and then Elsevier requests for that license all the time. You can reach out to me and I'll take you through it. It's just simple thing to do. So
it's very straightforward.
Yes, Muftau. Now we have Muftau and Joseph, and then we are done. Muftau, go for it. Okay, Joseph. Okay, Muftau, you're here. Okay.
Yeah.
Go straight to the point. Short, like a miniskirt.
Okay, sir. Yeah. My name is Muftau Gombe Idris from Federal University, Dutse. I just write a review titled Spinel Ferrite-Based Material for Efficient Hydrogen Generation via Photocatalytic Water Splitting.
Yes.
So, sir, which journal do you think is suitable for this topic? And
well, again, that topic you just read had a lot of information in it. So you will know that you are not going to publish that in some medicine journal.
Yeah,
that's the first thing. You rule it out already. You hear photocatalysis, you hear catalysis. Those journals can go to any of the ACS journals. They can go to a lot of the Elsevier journals. The RSC journals will take a lot of those papers. So catalysis is a very big thing. Therefore, a lot of the journals have different domains within them that deals with catalysis. So if you go to ACS catalysis, you can publish such a work. It's all catalysis. Even JFIS, ChemC, Chemical Review, RSC journals will publish a lot of those types. So finding the journal should not be a problem, especially if you know the kind of things that the journal publishes. So before you even decide your work, go there, read about the journal. So you know whether your work is suitable for them or they will say, hey, this is out of our scope.
So we are looking for... hello?
Yes.
Yes.
We are looking for collaborations.
Yes.
We got a research grant from TWAS and RIS on photocatalytic water splitting, hydrogen production. So if there from the participants, if there are any lab or people that are working on the
you are talking to the
production.
right person. Let me not cut you.
Okay.
You are talking to the right person.
Okay,
Anything hydrogen energy, water splitting, you are talking to the guy you are talking to is the guy you are talking to, you need to be talking to is Nelson.
Collaboration. We are looking for collaboration. We got a RIs and TWAS grant, research grant. We are looking for
I think I've heard
yes. Muftau, the guy you need to be talking to is the one that just presented to you. Get in touch with you.
Shoot me an email. Let's talk about this on the side. I do a lot of work on hydrogen and water splitting and catalysis. It's a big research in my team, so we can catch up on that later. Okay, so just get in touch through email.
Okay,
I'm sure you should be that is the easiest thing to find about me, my email.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And to answer the second part of your question, you can also use Journal Finder. Elsevier have it online. Wiley and all, they have it. All you need is the title and then the abstract, and then once you put it in there, it will suggest something for you. But also there are certain specific journals that they require reviews by invitation, and some you need to write to them in a form of a proposal before, so they wait and then they will decide if it should go. That's just one way to put in. Joseph, ask your last question and let's cap it.
Oh, thank you very much, Prof. I've really, honestly, Prof, I must say this is a big relief for me as a person. Thank you for the presentation. This is what I'm doing. Like currently, I'm writing reviews, and I must commend you and your team who has brought this up. Yes, my question is very simple. Prof, I'm writing a review work, and I discovered that the aspect I wanted to write on, there are few works that has been done in that area. At least as far as I'm concerned, Prof, I've only seen 2 papers which have done something on this. And my supervisor is saying I should write a review. And I think that this review would actually help my current PhD work at University of Science and Technology, in Abuja, because Department of Materials Science and Engineering. So my question, how do I go from here, Prof? What do I do? Because looking at...
Let me understand something. So when you said you have only 2 work, do you mind telling me what are you working on a particular material? Are you working on a particular subject, topic? What is it?
Yes, sir. I'm working on mechanochemical synthesis.
You're working on what?
Mechanochemical synthesis of iron oxide nanoparticle. Okay. So now I'm looking at...
And you're saying that you have only 2 work on that?
Yes, sir. Because he said that whatever paper I'm reciting between 2020 and 2023. So my chance is limited now. So now, the aspect I'm looking at is the nanocrystalline transformation. Okay. That take place. Maybe I want to convert from goethite nano water to hematite. Okay. So then I discovered that between those years, in fact, when I to scale down even up to by 5 years, I could only get 2 articles at least in good journals. So
now, anyway, when it comes to that, don't just narrow the scope to only good journal. There are always going to be journal. There are going to be medium range journal. There are already be good journal. As long as the peer review journal very succinct, it's not about just he has to be in 30 impact factor or 40 impact factor to qualify to go into a review paper. And again, then you got to narrow down the criteria by which you are tightening your research. Again, that's what I say. If you narrow, you can decide to say, I'm doing a review in 2023, and you only accept papers that are published in 2020, 2022, or 2020. That means you have only 3-year gap. If you think that you are not getting anything, then you have a degree of freedom to expand the space and therefore add more to it. So those are things that you and your supervisor have to have a decision on and a discussion on. Like I told you, putting review paper does not necessarily mean that you discuss only current topics. There are a lot of things that have been done in the past that we can learn from. So therefore, putting the two together in one review and draw a perspective from them becomes very, very important. So you should sit down, have a discussion with your supervisor and let him know, okay, this is the current state of things when we are narrowing our search engine to this time slot. This is what we have. Even within that, can we expand the space, whatever focus that you guys are on? Is this something that you can focus, expand a little bit and get more into it? So again, that's what I told you. If you make it too specific, you have nothing to review. If you have it too vague, you have too much to review. So the degree of expansion depends on how you can relax that. And you are the one doing it, so you should have the degree of freedom to do that.
All right, sir.
Great.
Thank you.
And Joseph, a question. What I also want to say is, I just took the main keyword and I'm looking at a lot of data. Reach out to me. Let me help you, show you how to find literature, because there is also an approach to it. Very, very important. So reach out. Let's see how we can support you.
Yes, sir. I would love to have your email, sir.
Yeah, I've sent you an email. I just sent you an email. I just sent most of you an email now. So once you are, and that's the thing.
I'm
Guys,
very
on this note, Nelson, any parting words? Then I make a few announcements and then we are out of here.
Yeah, I think it's overall, again, Desmond, it's been a pleasure being with you. I know the good work you're putting in. And I really would want to say to all of you guys there that let's continue to dream big. Let's continue to be people with a mission and vision in our hearts and desiring. The key thing is we should be there for each other. We should have each other's back. We should support each other. Sometimes it will be to your discomfort, but it's normal. We sacrifice for each other, and therefore we should do that. Even this literature we are doing right now, a time will come, and I know it's a common problem in Africa. So many of you may not even be able to download some papers. Yes, because it's a normal thing. But again, that's why we need to be there for each other. Reach out to people you think are in places that can download some of those papers and return them to you. So general platforms like these help mediums of networking and engaging. We should never take them for granted. So network as much as possible. Don't be an island on your own. Don't suffer on your own. Don't just be stagnated on your own. There are a lot of people that can just give you a little bit push, can give you a little bit lift. So reach out and network to people, and we should all also be ready to help. And whenever somebody call on us, the little way we can, let's help in our little corners. And I'm sure we can support each other to reach the higher heights that we all desire to attain. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nelson. When you were talking about the aspires to inspires, I have always had this quote: I aspire to inspire before I aspire.
Aspire.
And for me, I want to go into my grave knowing very well that I have done my job.
Absolutely.
And folks on this platform, this is an opportunity. Don't be those people who just come here, listen and get excited and then go back home and do nothing. And also be students, pay attention to detail as an expert, but make sure that you approach learning with the mind of a novice. Very, very important. Yeah. And you've heard that he left the shores of Ghana, went through UK, and now he's in Penn State. Another colleague of his has just gotten into MIT. There are so many of these young Africans who have paid attention to learning. You would attest to the fact that the presentation was excellent. And that is why I told you that he's one of my superstars. We have so many of them. And he's also open for collaborations. And please go to his website, look at the things that he's doing, and you see how you can make it. There are people that have written papers in advanced materials, things that people used to say it's a taboo. You can't get a paper there. They got a paper in there. They are doing some of the greatest work as far as energy materials, computational work is concerned. And I also want to say this to all of us on this platform. Just because your supervisor said, go do it, doesn't mean you just hurry up and go do it. When you even want to go do it, ask questions. Ask, is this feasible? Does this bring progress? And also let us start thinking about translational research. On this note, Prof, I want to thank you so much for spending this time with us. And on behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, the Built Environment, and also the Director of the Academic Development Unit, and all my colleagues from the Postgraduate Support, we want to thank you so much for spending this time with us. And I know that I think soon I should be at that other side of the world. And when I come that side, I think Tabriz on this call, so we will pay you a visit.
Absolutely.
We'll pay you
I'll,
an
I'll be
a
glad
visit.
to have you around.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
And so thank you so much for this time. I know this is just the beginning of greater things to come. And thank you for your humility and for always wanting to share the things you've learned, the exposure you've gotten. This thing doesn't come cheap, and we are very grateful. I just want to end on an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go further, go with people. Guys, we want to see a lot of you guys at the top. And this is how it starts. It starts just like a smoke. And that smoke catches a bit of fire. And with time, you see that it will light up. Before you know, we are lighting up the continent. Before you know, we are lighting up the world. And we are taking our rightful places. There is no wisdom in playing small.
No.
You trying to do something and just do it like a decical doesn't help anybody. It is your ability to pay attention to detail, stay grounded, but aim high. Make sure you understand simple things deeply. Make sure you are trying to work in a way that contributes to society. Take your research and make it translational. I've just been talking about some of the professors in Oxford recently when they were talking about 2 days ago, actually, there's a meeting, and we are talking about indigenization of African knowledge. This is how we do it. We have it in the inside of us. We can make it happen. So go out there and shine. Keep shining. Let's make Africa rise up to its creed. We can do this. Let's beneficiate. Let's turn the human resource that we have on this continent to be the people that would drive the next phase of industrialization project in the world. Because the next thing that is actually going to happen to the world is Africa. And I don't want you to be left behind. Thank you so much for coming through.
Nobody should be left behind.
That's right. Thank you so much for coming through. And I'll see you in 2 weeks' time where we'll talk about writing papers that get cited. If you want to see, and writing papers that get read, if you want to check, just go to Nelson Jade's Google site and just see how his papers are getting cited. In a space of 2 months, I think it's gotten over, I think 300 or 400 citations just very recently, and gotten one of the papers published in a very high impact factor journal. On this call, thank you all for coming, and bye for now.
Thank you, Desmond. Yeah, let's be in touch. Yeah. So guys, reach out if there's anything. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, Ducky. Hey, how is Joe doing?
He's good.
And
He's
the kids?
His town. And we are also in our town. We are
You're
fine.
also in your town. Okay. Keep hanging in there. Yeah, keep hanging in there. All is well.
Yeah. I've started my lecture review. I'm done with coursework, so
That's
fine.
good. I'm glad that coursework is done. I know coursework can be stressful.
Oh, it was. That is good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, keep me posted how things are going. Okay, that's fine. So I'll send you the slides just now. Okay.